go.
Okay, as a courtesy for those of you that have turned up in the meeting room on time, we're going to start now. So welcome to the call. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Richard Ward. I've been with CFX now for 22 months. It's been an amazing experience, and I'm very excited about today's training call because it is a very special call. There's going to be a lot of information given to you today, which has taken years of trial and error. It is a proven system. People that have been using it have been getting fantastic results. Parts about the system that Ray and I developed, and it's part of the process, it's a major part of the process. There are other aspects of it, but this is a major part of this business. Now, one of the great things about CFX, and this is something I'm very passionate about, is the fact that this is a business. It's not about selling. It's a great leveler. What anyone can do it. It's just a numbers game. Anyone can do a numbers game. I often hear people say, well, oh, I don't do selling. I know links. I don't do that. Well, everyone is no good at something. Every single person. It doesn't matter who you are. Any expert was a beginner initially. But if you come into it with the mindset that I'm no good at something, I can't do something, then unfortunately that will be your path. You've got to change your mindset. And this is training that we're doing in the future on helping you about that. Today's training is about nuts and bolts. It's about the proven systems that work for people. And it's all about enabling you to find your prospects to show the business. So most people, and I think this is, as I said, very passionate. Realize that anyone can be successful. You look at the top leaders in this company, you'll see grandmothers that are making life-changing money, and simply because they follow the system online, etc. So that self-motivation working hard. And so one of the big challenges most people have in their market, they don't know where to get the prospect to show the business. You go out there and show you and their friends and family. Most of the people say no, and that's as far as it gets. Or they start doing some form of promotion, they find that it's not working for them, and then they stop. So again, what we're showing you today is a system that actually works. It's a proven system that works. So to cut out all that trial and error, what you've got to do is just basically follow the system. So just a couple of things. So, there are three parts to being successful in network marketing. Firstly, it's really important you understand what you're in, that if you've got the right vehicle to enable you to achieve your objectives. And again, this is where the due diligence comes in. Once you understand CFX and what they're doing, yes, there's going to be bumps in the road. You always have that in every business. But once you understand the underlying point of where the company's going, that will give you the vision and strength to move forward. You've got to have the right mindset. I already mentioned that. You've got to have a strong why. And if you don't have a strong why, that won't give you the motivation to get out there. You've got to treat the business like a real business that it is. It's a multi-million pound business. There are people in CFX already making millions of dollars a year. So you can position yourself to do the same. It doesn't matter who you are, you have to go through that process. And then you have to constantly follow the proven system, taking massive action along the way. So just 1 second. So let's have a look. Just looking at my notes here. So one of the other things that's really important to stress, guys, is that this is a journey. This is, many of you, this will be the first time you will have seen this information. A lot to take in, a lot to learn. And a lot of people, what they do is they sort of go, it's not working for me. It's key that you keep coming back and that persistence and learn to become an expert over time. So don't expect to get brilliant results tomorrow. If you're new to this, it's going to take you time. You learn something, you become good at it over time. So that's really important. This is, particularly if this is the first time you've seen something like this is step one. Okay? This is the information you need, the foundation you need to start the journey. And then you work the journey. As I said, people often in network marketing have very short-term vision. They look, if something isn't working for them after a month or 2 months, that's it. You know, it's they actually sort of stop at that point. It can't be like that. You know, when I first started my network marketing career, I think I struggled for my first year because I was doing things that were wrong and I didn't know what I was doing, that kind of thing. So basically, you know, I had to change that paradigm, get moving forward, use the dog there, and over time, I ended up getting where I wanted to be. So let's now just pass you over to today's speaker. He's someone that I've worked very closely with over the last 2 years. He's a remarkable individual, very successful businessman. Bear with me 1 second. So timing, delivering. So he's someone that is remarkably successful both in traditional business and network marketing. He runs a very successful software company. He's been in network marketing for 28 years. He's been the #1 income earner of 3 businesses during that time. He is doing remarkably well in CFX. He's building a massive team. He is very close now to going president in the business to join that elite group. And the interesting thing with Ray is that he started from scratch. He didn't bring a big team across. Often when you see a successful leader, you think, oh, you know, he just brought a load of people with him. He didn't. He is the #1 income earner with another company, but he's completely left that business to one side. He didn't want to approach people in that business, so he started from scratch and built from there. So what this guy doesn't know about network marketing isn't worth knowing, and he's an expert in online marketing, and this is what he's going to be sharing with you. And it's important to stress that he has been through a process over many years of trial and error. As I said, most people, if things aren't working, they just give up at that point. He didn't. He kept on pushing, trial and error, trial and error. I mean, I dread to think how many things you've tried over the years, Ray, that didn't work, but you then just adapted and moved on. So what you're getting today is, you know, a distilled essence of what works. So this is going to be a world-class training. So without further ado, let me pass you over to Ray.
Thank you so much, Richard, for that, and good morning, good afternoon and evening. Welcome. Thanks for that lovely introduction. It's actually 38 years I've been involved in network marketing, and you know, I didn't get to look this gorgeous in 28 years. So, as Richard said rightly, you know, when I started out in network marketing, the landscape was immensely different than what it is now. We didn't have social media or internet or anything like that really, and so, you know, we used to do, it was all handshakes and happiness, as we used to say back in the day, and, you know, lots of meetings in hotels. And obviously the landscape changed over the years, and we are now an online digital world, connected. We're a global village, and what I've learned to do over those years is change and adapt the way that I do things, so that I can stay ahead of the curve and also build business in these digital spaces. Today is the first time we've done a masterclass. As Richard said, this is going to be a fairly long training. I anticipate this might be a 3 to 4 hour training. As Richard did say, we are going to take breaks during the training, just so that you can have a comfort break, you know, grab a cup of tea or something, and refresh yourself, get up and shake yourself down. But it's better to give you all the information in one go, and you know, let you absorb it. And we are recording this, and the recording will be edited down. It's going to take us a time to do that, but we will do it, and we will put it up into the shared OneDrive space that we have for our CFX team here, so you'll be able to access that. Because obviously the one thing you want to be able to do is that when you bring a new person into your team, you want to boot camp them, and you want to say to them, okay, look, here's 3 hours of videos, you need to watch this, because you need to give them the tools, plug them into those tools, and get them running as fast as you can. And that's what we do in my team. We have our system set up and we plug everyone into the same thing, and it's completely duplicatable, as Richard does. It's the same thing. So a couple of little housekeeping tasks for today. So before we begin, look, get rid of your kids, your dogs, your annoying granny, your spouse or your partner, delete as applicable, do what you want with them, put them on eBay. Have some liquid refreshments and snacks to hand. Don't put your liquid refreshment near your computer, because you guarantee you'll knock it over and ruin your computer. Turn off any TVs or radios or kids or pets or anything that's going to distract you. Disconnect your home phone, turn off your mobile phone. You know, if you're reading your Facebook messages, or you're looking at your looking at your Tinder or whatever you're doing, or answering SMS messages while you're doing a training, the learning isn't going to sink in, and you'll get to the end of the training and you'll have spent 3 or 4 hours and you'll go, I didn't get it. And the reason you didn't get it is because you weren't focused. Okay, so focus is absolutely everything when you're doing a training. Shut the door of your room, lock the family out if you have to, and above all, have a note paper and pen handy so you can make some notes. And moreover, just take a moment to calm yourself and say, right, okay, I'm here to achieve something. I'm here to achieve some knowledge, gain some knowledge that's going to help me in my business. So I'm going to give it my attention, and my intention is going to be to learn something here. I did that just before we started. I just had a minute where, you know, I spent the morning checking everything's ready to go, and then I just had a minute or two just to calm myself down and get myself in the right mode and focus zone for what we're going to deliver here today. So that's just that. Now, just to reiterate, the mega training class, masterclass, will last up to 4 hours approximately, and there will be some short comfort breaks during the masterclass. And depending on how well this goes, we may do some more masterclasses in the future, which will be superb. Now, I'm just going to give you an overview of what we're going to be covering today. So, what we're going to give you today is the fundamental building blocks of the Power Build system. Now, for those of you that don't know what the Power Build system, it's a system that Richard and I developed out of something I was doing before. We refined it and enhanced it for the CashFX business together, and we've done that over the last year and made it better and better and better. And people, can you please stop turning your cameras on? It's very annoying. Okay, so we refined that system over and over again over the last year, and we now have a system whereby we can deliver it to you in a way that's easy to understand. We've ironed out the wrinkles. We know this process works. In fact, I will just quickly relate to you what somebody in my team said the other day. The guy concerned been in the business for about a year now. For the first 8 months, he didn't adopt the system, and he had some mild success. Okay, and he had one person in his team who adopted the system very, very early on and has built a massive leg under him. And now he's got a massive leg and not much else going on outside. So about 3 months ago, he adopted this system, and now he's building his business on outside of his massive leg. He's padding out very nicely. He got results within the first 2 or 3 days, and he's off and running. And he loves the system. He said, "I wish I'd done this 8 months ago. I wish I'd learnt this system and started." And I've got many people who have said the same thing to me. So all you've got to do is learn the system, apply it, and teach it to your team in a way that's easy to duplicate. And you will find that, like many people in my team, you will build businesses. I've got multiple people in my team that have got over 1,000 people in their team, within my team, because they use this system, because they apply the knowledge that we're going to share with you guys today. So we're going to cover 5 main building blocks here. The first one is we're going to look at the process of the Power Build system. which is quite important. And then we're going to look at a couple of the tools that we use to help us with the Power Build system, and then we're going to look at about how we build a LinkedIn profile, and how we set it up, and how we expand our network on LinkedIn, the do's and don'ts, how we get to what's called an all-star profile in LinkedIn, how connections work, how to find, and this is the key thing, how to find the right kind of people to talk to, okay? Because there is a specific target audience in LinkedIn that you need to be talking to, and if you're not talking to them, you're going to struggle to bring them into your business, okay? So we're going to help you find those right kind of people, and we're going to talk about how to connect with those people, the do's and don'ts, and how to talk to them, and we're going to go through the powerful scripts that we have that we use inside LinkedIn, and how to deal with responses. And then finally, we're going to look at something called a DMO, a daily method of operation, that will help you just do the tasks that you need to do every day. How to define it, how I run it for myself, and how I keep on top of that. So those are the building blocks that we're going to cover today. Okay, and as you'll appreciate, you know, if we want to cover every minute detail of this process, we'd be here for 10-15 hours, because we can go that long. What we have to do is give you it in a very, very condensed form. Even though it's a 3 or 4 hour training, it's still condensed, but there's enough meat on the bone and enough detail for you to actually go out and physically do it. You don't need to know anything more. We're going to give you enough to go, right, now I can get started on this system. All right, so the first thing we're going to cover is the process. How does the Power Build system work? Now I'm going to spin through some slides quickly here, because I'll go through these slides actually. Let me go back one. So the Power Build system is a method of developing new potential team members from any cold market using social media platform, any social media platform. Originally created by myself and Richard, and the Power Build system has been adapted and improved for use in CFX and refined to perform well with LinkedIn. All right, so what is the Power Build system? Well, it centers on a unique 3-script system, allowing you to connect, pitch, and invite a prospect to come and take a look at your business. How have I built a team? I've basically connected with people on LinkedIn, I've pitched them the business, invited them to take a look, and then I've followed up. And that is it. Connect, pitch, invite, and then follow up. Okay? Those are the 4 simple steps that you need to understand will build your business if you follow them correctly. So, this then is the process. So, the first thing we do in LinkedIn is we identify the right kind of person to speak to. And it's key. And we're going to go into this in more detail later, but I want to touch upon it now. Here's the thing. If you were selling car parts out of a car dealership, you wouldn't advertise to people who are interested in horses, would you? Because at the end of the day, people who are interested in horses aren't going to buy car parts. And the same is true here, that the people who are not interested in the industry which we're in, which is multi-level marketing or Forex, or that sort of thing, people who are not interested in that are not going to really be interested in what it is that what we call our offering, our CFX offering. So it's key, it's absolutely key, that before you get to connecting and pitching, inviting and following up, you've got to identify the right kind of person to speak to. If you don't identify and qualify that person and make sure that you're talking to the right person, everything else you do after that point is an absolute waste of your time and an absolute waste of their time, and your results will be very low. I've had many people say to me, oh, I'm not getting results in the Power Build system. And I jump on with them and I look at the kind of people they're talking to. And they're talking to artists and publishers and flower sellers and spiritual healers. And I say to them, well, the reason you're not getting any results is because you're not speaking to the correct people. All right? the people that you are speaking to are just completely unrelated to what we're doing. And so what we do then is we do some work and we start to target down and target down and target down. And eventually, by targeting, we start to get some results. All right? You've got to know your market segment. You've got to target them individually and correctly. Once you've done that, we can make a connection. And the biggest mistake that people make when they're in this kind of industry is they go in with all guns blazing. So they get a connection and they go, oh, this person's the right kind of person for me. And they go in and go, whoa, got a business, got to see this, got to join, get involved, you know, da da da. And I call that panic marketing. It never works. The best approach, and the approach that we use is, hi, how are you? Would love to connect with you. We might have something in common. That's it. So I'm not in their face. I'm not trying to pitch them something. I'm not trying to sell them something. I'm just reaching out and saying hi. And the best analogy of that is, would you rush up to somebody in the high street or the main street of your town and go, hey, I've got this great business, you've got to join? No, you wouldn't. You'd go and say, hi, how are you? Would love to meet you, shake hands. That's the connection part. We call it the knock, because you're basically knocking on the door. Okay? That's the connection part. Once you've got that connection with them, and there's a reason why you need the connection, which we'll go into later, you can then talk to them about the opportunity that you have, which is effectively a pitch. That's the hard word for it, and it is what it is. It's a pitch, but it's a hey, this is what I've got. Would you like to take a look? And then we get to the invite, which is, hey, thanks for requesting some more information. Thanks for agreeing to take a look. Here's a link to my webinar that will give you some further information. So it's a step-by-step process. You cannot go in with all guns blazing. Okay, you have to be sensible about it. Okay, most big sales organisations, including my software company, we have what we call a sales funnel. In other words, we put our prospects in at the top, and then we look at the ones we're talking to, then we look at the ones we talk to a bit more, then a bit more, and eventually, from 10,000 prospects, we might get 100 customers. Okay, and that's the other thing. You have to accept you are not going to convert everyone, right? And the percentage of your conversions will be highly dependent on how well you target the people you're talking to. If you're talking to flower sellers and horse owners about CashFX, I'm going to suspect that your percentage conversion is going to be quite low. Less than 1%, less than 0.5%, yeah, nothing. Okay? Whereas if you're talking to the correct target market and you're talking to them in a very responsible way that doesn't smack them around the face, I'm going to suggest that your conversion is going to be much higher. You could be as high as 5% or 10% conversion. Okay? But that still means that out of even if you're getting 10% conversion, out of every 100 people you speak to, 90 people will say no. It's not for me. And that's fine. Because what does that mean? That means those 90 people are not the 90 people you're looking for. The 10 people that say yes are the 10 people you're looking for. But in order to find those 10 people, you have to talk to 100 people and 90 of them will say no. Okay? You have to accept no as an occupational risk. You have to accept no as a way of getting to the yeses in this industry. And what I'm telling you now is network marketing 101. We've been, all us old boys that have been in the industry a long time, we know this to be the basic fundamental building block. You've got to get a lot of no's to get some yeses. And it's the same here in LinkedIn. Nothing changes, but what we've done is we've smartened the process here and made it so that you can do that generational work in a way that's smart and easy easy to do. Once you set up the systems, you can just run with the systems and it makes your day easier. And I get up every morning and the first thing I do is I look at my DMO and I deal with my LinkedIn prospects and follow-ups. And that's what I do first. I get that job out of the way first and then the rest of the day is mine. So that's the overview process. And what we're now going to do is we're going to start looking at some of the stuff that we have to do in order to set up the system. And the first thing I want to talk about, and I'm going to go away from my presentation now. A lot of today's training is actually not going to be PowerPoint slides and me talking. What I want to do, and we're recording this of course, is actually physically show you how we set things up by actually setting things up for you on the screen. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at something called Calendly. Now, let me just get Calendly up and running, and there it is. Now, so there are some people on the call who are going to understand what Calendly is, and there are some people who are going to have not a clue what Calendly is. So here's the thing, and I'm going to give you an analogy because I want you to understand something. No matter what job you do in life, whether you are a brain surgeon or a mechanic, you are going to need some tools, okay? For example, if you wish to become a mechanic, you will end up over the course of your career spending tens of thousands, and in some cases hundreds of thousands of pounds or dollars on buying the tools that you need to fix cars. The spanners, the wrenches, the screwdrivers, the testing equipment. For example, I'm involved, my business partner and I have got some garages, and we have, modern cars are very different. The first thing we do now is when a car comes in, we plug it into a computer called a Bosch CT3000. That computer is like a big, chunky, rugged box. They cost £6,000. Okay? And you plug them into the car and you run the car for about 20 minutes and the computer will tell you everything that's wrong with the car. That's how modern vehicles are diagnosed. Okay? We call it a diagnostic session. And it's normally about 30 minutes, and that's what the customer paid for, to establish exactly what's wrong. And it's the same when you go to the doctor. What he'll do is he'll use some tools, a stethoscope or whatever it is, to find out what's wrong with you. But he had to pay for that stethoscope, and they're not cheap, they're about 250 quid. Okay? Whatever you do in life, you are going to need some tools. And if you think that you can run a network marketing business without spending some money every month on the basic tools that you need, you are, I'm afraid, living in cloud cuckoo land. Because it doesn't matter what you do, you're going to have to buy some tools to make that thing work. Now, Calendly is one of the tools, one of the two tools that we use in this part of the power build process. And the one great thing about CashFX is that we have no monthly cost to our business. Now, in other network marketing companies, you will often find that there's a monthly cost, maybe £100 or £150, for product or whatever it is. And then you have to pay for the tools on top that you need to run your business. In CashFX, we don't have that. We have no monthly cost, which is great, because what that does is it frees up that money for you to be able to buy the tools that you need. However, one of the things that I am really not keen on in my own business, my own team, is, on the one hand, we've got rid of the monthly cost, which is fantastic. I'm not keen to add too much monthly cost to my team, and so the tools that we use are comparatively cheap. Okay, we try and keep a lid on the cost, which is a sensible thing to do if you're running a business. You always want to watch the costs and don't let the costs spiral out of control. Now, for people like Richard and myself and other leaders on the call, we are earning really, really fantastic money from CashFX, so we don't care about the cost of the tools too much, because the cost of the tools is so minimal compared to what we're earning. It's just a necessary part of our business, and we have a saying: it's the cost of doing business, right? No matter what business you're in, there's always a cost to doing business, whether that be in the form of tools or, building rates or business rates to the local council or government, whether that be insurance for your equipment, insurance, against liability from your customers. Somewhere, even further training might add some cost to you. And if you're in business, you should be training all the time. In fact, my software company, what we do is we deliver training, what we call CPD, continual professional development, to 140,000 people every day. That's what we do. and that helps them remain compliant with the government rules and regulations around the motor industry in the UK. And they pay for that. They pay us very handsomely for that, because it's a necessary part of their requirement to do the job that they do. So you will always have a cost of doing business. You cannot get away from that. And I will say again, if you think you can run any business without cost, you're living in a fantasy world. Okay, there is always a cost to doing business, but as I said, we'll try and keep it very, very low. Now, the cost of Calendly I will come on to in a minute, but I want to talk about what it does, and let me talk about that in a way that you'll understand. We have a webinar. Many of you know the webinar. If you don't know where the webinar is, if you go to cfx.team in your browser, that will take everyone, your prospects, straight to the webinar. The webinar is for prospects. The webinar allows you to give a prospect a heads up, an overview on CashFX before you get to talk to them in detail. Here's the way that I view the webinar. Okay, I run people through the process in LinkedIn. I connect, I pitch, and invite. And the thing that I'm inviting them to is the webinar. That will tell me, once they've watched it, and I go back to them, which is where the follow-up comes in, and say, what did you like best? They will tell me what they liked best, or they will tell me they didn't like any of it, or they'll say, I want a further conversation, I've got some questions. So what the webinar does for you is it weeds out the yeses and the nos very quickly. All right? By putting people into the webinar, once you've contacted, pitched, and invited them, by putting people onto that webinar, you're going to get to the nub. You're going to get to the point of whether you know they're a yes or a no very, very quickly. I'm sorry, we're going to answer questions later on, so please don't put your hands up. Okay? Sorry, we're not doing Q&A on this call. You have to do that afterwards. So we use the webinar to get to the yes or the no. And if it's a no, don't get disappointed. Just go, okay, well, that's one less person I've got to deal with to get to a yes. A no is a positive thing if you view it the right way, because it saves you a lot of time. If somebody says, no, it's not for me, I go, great, thank you for being honest with me. I'm very happy that they say no, because I know what to do with them now. I know that they're a no for now. I'll put them on another list. If they say yes, that's great. I know what to do with them. It's fantastic. I can push them through to a private call, show them the system, and get them over the line. The worst people, and you'll know this from your own experience, the worst people are the people who go, I don't know. Because what do you do with that? How do you deal with that when people say, oh, I don't know? I say to those people, come back to me when you do know. That's how I deal with it. I just treat them as a no. Okay? Because if they don't know themselves after seeing the webinar, there's probably not too much hope for them, to be fair. You know, and you have to be realistic about it. Now, if you put a prospect directly onto the webinar using the direct link, which is cfx.team, you have a problem. Because we don't do registration on the webinar, because we basically want people to go straight onto the webinar, because there's no registration, and because we can't feed that registration link out to 100,000 people in Richard's team, we've got no way of doing that systematically, we have no registration. So what it means is that when somebody goes onto the webinar, you don't know if they actually went on the webinar, and that's something we can never tell you, but you don't have any way of contacting them to follow them up, because you won't have their email address, you won't have their name, you won't have their phone number, you won't have what country they're in, you won't have any of that information, and more importantly, you will not know when they are going to watch the webinar so that you can plan to follow them up. I'll repeat that so you understand. If you give somebody the direct webinar link, you won't know their name, their email address, their phone number, what country they're in, how they found out about you, and more importantly, you won't know when they're going on the webinar, so that you can make a plan to follow them up shortly afterwards. So how do you get that information that allows you to follow up succinctly and correctly? How do you get that information? Well, the answer to that question is Calendly. All right? And this is why we use Calendly. I'm going to do two things with Calendly. We're going to set it up so that you know how to set it up properly. I'm going to do that now. And then you can use this video later on as a reference on how to set up Calendly properly. Now, what Calendly does is effectively it's a booking system. So, and this, I'm going to say this twice so that you understand it. I do not give prospects the direct link to the webinar. I've done a training on this, as a Saturday training on this whole thing that we did for about an hour that shows the whole process of this. You can go back and refer to that. I do not give any prospect the direct link to the webinar. I give them a link to my Calendly booking system, and I effectively let them book themselves onto a webinar, and then some things happen that make my life easy and make their life easy. All right? And I'm going to show you what those things are. So the first thing we need to do is we need to set up a Calendly account. So the next 20 minutes or so, what we're going to do is we're going to set up a Calendly account so that you guys can see how I set it up. Now, the lovely thing about Calendly is they give you a 14-day free trial, which is great. So you don't have to pay for it straight away. However, and this is important, at the end of that 14 days, if you don't go and up your payment system, every time you give the link out, it'll just say this page can't be found because you haven't paid for it. So even if you do take the trial up, remember, make a note in your diary, 14 days from now you must pay for Calendly. So let's go and sign up for a Calendly account so that you can see exactly how that works. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to do that with my browser so I can see my email accounts. There we go. I'm sure I had my Gmail account up here somewhere. Yes. Bear with me, callers. I've got to get my Gmail account up so that I can access it. So here we go, gmail.com. That will be the one, I'm sure. Yes. Right. So Calendly. Here we go. So the address is calendly.com. It's very easy to understand, and there's a big friendly sign up button here. So we're going to click the sign up button. Okay, and there we go. Your free account comes with a 14-day trial, which is fantastic, and they're trying to sell you the system, which is great. Okay, so I'm going to put in the email address. That's not it. It's mediahouse uk@gmail.com. So there's my email address. I'm going to click sign up. Now, what I'm about to show you is very important. You've got to tick the box that says I agree. Now, it's optional as to whether you want to receive emails about Calendly news and events. Okay. Now, most people would just go straight ahead and click this big sign up with Google button. Worst thing you can do. Okay, I don't ever do that. I'm not going to go into all the reasons why I don't ever do sign up with Google. But it says here, prefer to create an account with a password. Yes, that's what I want to do. So I'm going to click here. So it's remembered my email address. So I'm going to put my name in there, and get there. And I'm going to choose a password. Okay. Make sure I've done that right. Yes, I have. I agree to the privacy, and I don't want all the emails. So there we go. I'm ready to go. We click continue, and here we go. Now, before we go any further, I need to check my inbox, and I need to do a verification email. So if I go into my email box here and just refresh that, I should have a letter for an email from Calendly somewhere. Let's just go back in inbox. inbox. That's interesting. It's not arrived. I don't know why that is. It would help if I'm in the right email address, wouldn't it? That's always useful. There we go, Calendly. So it says, please confirm your Calendly email address. So I'm going to open up that email, and there's a big friendly button that says confirm my email. So I'm going to click that, and it takes me back to Calendly. It wants me to enter my password, so I'm going to put my password in again, and I'm going to click continue. And here we go. Now what it's asking me to do is set my Calendly URL. So my URL for Calendly will be calendly.com, and then I can put anything here that I want. So I might put, I tend not to put CFX in the title. I'll tell you why in a minute. I'll just put Global BizOp as my Calendly link. There we go, Global BizOp. There we go. That's acceptable. It likes that. And I'm setting my time zone here. Okay? And it's important you set your time zone. So, many of you are thinking, well, why don't you put CFX in the link of your Calendly.com? So, it's a good question, and it's one that needs answering at this point. I never put CFX into anything until the person has been on the webinar. And there's a reason I don't do that, and you'll understand the reasons why when I tell you. Because if you put the name of the company anywhere in anything before they've watched the webinar, there is a chance that they'll clock that, they'll see it, go off to Google and read a load of misinformation and not even watch the webinar. That's why I don't put CFX or CashFX into anything I put out until they've been on the webinar. Because I want them to get the facts first before they go off and read any misinformation on you, right? Because they probably still will, but now they've got the facts. Now they've got a better understanding of CashFX before they do that. And I might have already signed them up before they actually go and do any of that nonsense, okay? Which is why effective follow-up is key. So that's why I don't put CashFX or CFX in the link. Global BizOp, that'll do. We can click continue. And now this is very, very, very important. Calendly has the ability to connect to your Google Calendar, but if you do that, it's going to affect adversely the ability for your prospects to book on the call, because if you've got something in your calendar booked, it's going to block out some webinar slots. So the key here is to continue without the calendar. All right. Now, what I do here is I just do available hours. I'll just do the thing and I'll just sort it out later on. Calendly kind of wants to know what we're in, and so what I always do is I just put education, because actually CashFX is an educational company. We teach people how to trade Forex through the academy. All right, so I just put education. It keeps it simple. So we'll finish that, and now we've got an account with Calendly. As you can see, that took 5-6 minutes even with me talking, and it now comes up with your dashboard in Calendly. First thing I do is get rid of this, because I don't need to know any of that. And what I'm about to do may surprise you. I tick this box here to select this meeting event. I select this box here, and I select this box here, and I click the dustbin down here because I want to delete them all. All right? Because none of them meet the requirements of what I want to set up. All right? I want to set up a new event for people to be able to book into to get on the webinar. So I don't want any of that rubbish. So I get rid of it, clean the deck. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my event so that people can book into the webinar. So I'm going to click new event type, and it gives me an option. I can have a group event or a one-on-one. Now I'm going to click group event, and the reason I'm clicking group event is because I want multiple people to be able to book at the same time multiple days of the week. Okay? In other words, I don't want any limitations. I don't want one person to book at one time and another person to book at. I want lots of people to book at the same time if they want to. So I'm going to click create. All right. So now it wants to know what my event name is. So you can choose whatever you like. I'm just going to put here online, online business overview. Okay. Now it's saying add a location. So if you drop the list down, there's lots of options here, but the option we need to choose for this, if we scroll down to the button, it says custom. All right, because we're not going to connect this to a Zoom link or anything. It's just an online meeting. So we're just going to click custom, and we're going to put online webinar. Okay, and we're going to click update. So now we've got an online business overview and an online webinar. Now, at this point, I need to pick up my text file here. So description and instructions, okay? And this is what they will see when they go to the booking page. This will give them a little piece of information about what they're booking for, okay? Now, I've got a little script that all my people use. I'm just going to cut and paste it in here. When we upload this training, this script will be one of the files that you'll be able to cut and paste. So don't worry about what's in here. Don't bother about writing it down. Okay. So this is what I do. I just give a brief overview of what we're doing. So join us on our short overview. Discover how you can be earning instant passive income, daily online profits with 100% done for you, fully automated profit generation system. Over 200,000 people have discovered this secret and unique method for generating passive income at the click of a button. Will you be next? Find out how those that have discovered this amazing secret system are now making life-changing sums of money, virtually no risk, at virtually no risk. Put that in there, so I didn't copy that one. At virtually no risk and an incredibly low startup cost. Grab your spot now. So what I'm doing here is I'm building urgency and FOMO. Urgency, you know, get it now, get it quick. And there's another way in which we do that in a minute. But I'm building, you know, that this is so good you actually don't want to miss out. And I've done a lot of training courses over the years about sales copywriting, and if you actually think about the world population is 7 billion people, and currently I think it's about just under 300,000 people know about Cash or are in CashFX as we speak today. It's still pretty secret, isn't it, really? Not many people know about it. It's a bit of a secret. And when you use the word secret in sales copy, it's just one of those lovely, lovely keywords, because everyone wants to know a secret. Everybody loves to know a secret. So you notice I've used the word secret a couple of times in that little bit of copy. So what we're doing here is we're creating what we call in the copy trade, we're creating sizzle, okay? If you just put there, oh, would you like to go on a webinar? It's interesting. Nobody's going to go on it. You've got to sell the sizzle. That's what that bit of text does. Right. So now, what it wants me to do is create the event link. So it'll be calendly.com, global biz op, and I'm just going to put something like, I don't know, overview. That'll do. Okay. So my link will be calendly.com/global/biz-op/overview. Now, max invitees in a spot. In other words, how many people can book the same slot at the same time? Well, you notice here, it says grab your spot now. What we want to do is create some urgency, all right? And so what I do is I put five people in there, okay? Now I've been doing CashFX for a year, and I've been marketing heavily, as have my team, and none of us have ever hit 5 people booking the same slot. So it's not a problem, okay? And now here's another way we create some FOMO, some urgency. We click here and we put display the remaining spots on the booking page. So you'll see in a minute, well, when they go to book, it says only 5 slots remaining. In other words, if you don't book it now, you might miss out. So we're driving that FOMO, we're driving that urgency, all right? Now, I always choose blue for this colour, for this event. You'll see where that comes into play in a bit. And that's the initial setup done. So we're going to click next on that. Now, this is where it starts to get a little bit complicated if you don't know what you're doing. Because when presented with this screen, most people haven't got a clue what to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how I set it up so that the webinar is running effectively 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, on the hour, every hour. And those are the slots that I'm going to set up. So people can book a slot on the hour, every hour, and go on the webinar. So the first thing I do is I click on Set Custom Hours. All right? Because I want to create my own schedule. Second thing I do is I go and get rid of all the hours on the other day. So effectively, I've got a blank canvas to work from. All right? And there we are. We've got 7 days, blank canvas. All right? Now, I always start on Sunday, and this is what I do. So effectively what I want to do is I want to create a slot at midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So effectively I want 23 slots in the day where people can book on a webinar. So this is what I do. I go 1, and I'm going to click the mouse again, and 2, click it again, 3, 4, 5, I'm clicking the plus button here in case you hadn't realised, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3. So there's 23 slots, okay? The problem is all the times are now wrong, okay? So now what I need to do is I need to change these time slots. So I go in here and highlight the first one, and I put 0, 0, this, I go 0, 0, 0, 0, and I press the tab key. Don't worry about it all going red, that's normal. But now what I want to do is I want the time slots to be 45 minutes. We know that the presentation is only 20 minutes, but I set it to 45 so that when they go into the call, they have an expectation that they're going to be on it for 45 minutes. When it finishes 20 minutes early, that's a bonus for them. Okay? Their mindset is 45 minutes. They get a 20-minute presentation, everyone's happy. So the first one I set, 0000, is midnight, 12 a.m. Then I go over here and I do 0045. So I'm running my first call slot from midnight to 45 minutes past midnight. Then I go into the next slot and I do 0100, and then I do 0145. So now my next slot is 1 o'clock to 1:45 in the morning, and then I do 0200, 0245, 0300, 0345, and 0400. And as you can see, all I'm doing is I'm adding the slot on the hour and the slot 45 minutes later as an end time. Okay, 0500, 0545, and I'm just hitting the tab to move between the two things. 0600, 0645, 0700. It's really annoying that people coming in the room take the focus away from me here. There we go. 0700, 700, 0745, 0800, 0845, 0900, 0945. Cancel that. Let's go back there. Right. 0945. This is the thing with Zoom. It takes the focus away when people come in the room, and I have to click back in the field to finish what I'm doing. 10. We might have to lock the room in a minute because this is going to get annoying. 10:45, and we are now at 11 o'clock, 11:45, and 12 o'clock. and 12:45. And now we go to, when we go to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, what we do, instead of 01, we use the 24-hour clock format, okay? And we go 1300 and 13:45 and 1400 and 14:45, again 14:45 and 1500 and 15:45 and here we go 1600, we're nearly there folks, and 16:45, 1700, 17:45, 1800. You've only got to do this once, I'll show you why in a minute. 18:45, 1900, 19:45, 2000, sorry, 2000 is 8 o'clock obviously. And you'll see how it converts it obviously, 20, go. Somebody coming in the room, 20:45, down to the last few now, 800, oh, so 2100, I obviously missed a few off, 21:45, 2200, and 22:45. Just check there, so we've got, we need one more, and the last one we're going to put on is 2300, which is 11 p.m. and come in the room again, 2300, oops, and 23:45. Right, so now let's just check that we put in slots for 1 hour, 45-minute slots for every hour throughout the day. So what I do is a quick check: 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great. So that's Sunday set up. So how do we then set it up for the other days of the week? Well, that's easy. What we do is we look at this little icon here that says copy times and we click it. Now what we can do is we can click on all the other days of the week and click, tick, 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 and we apply that. So now what we've got is we've got Sunday with all those time slots, Monday with all those time slots, Tuesday with all those time slots, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and there we go. Now, Saturday and Sunday too, because obviously we want it to run 7 days a week on the hour, every hour. Right, so that's all our time set up. Everything's done, 45 minutes, and we want to set that indefinitely into the future. In other words, we don't want any limits on that going forward. We want it forever, okay, because we don't want to ever set that up again. Right, having done that, okay, we can now scroll down here, and all of that is correct. So what we need to do now is we need to click next, and that takes us to the next part of the setup. So now we've done what is it and when can people book it. Now what we want to do is we want to set our fields for the information that we want the prospect to give to us when they book, so that we've got the correct information to follow them up, okay? Because if you don't get this information, you're not going to do some effective follow-up. Okay, so we click on the invitee questions here, and we click on this panel here. That gives us the invitee questions. If we click on the name thing here, at the moment it just says name. I don't like that format. I prefer first name and last name, okay? Because it just gives us a better, cleaner feel. First name, last name, email, and then the next thing I do is I click on anywhere on this field here, and it brings the box up, and I delete this question because I don't want that question. The next question I ask is this: what is your phone number? And what I actually do is I put mobile phone, because I actually want their mobile phone number, yeah? Make it a required field. In other words, they've got to answer this question. And what I do here is I set it as a phone number, so we get it in the correct format. Click apply. We've now got a phone number. My next question is, which country are you in? Okay? Because I want to know where in the world they are. Why do I want to know where in the world they are? Well, the simple answer to that is, I want to know where in the world they are because, for example, if they're in the east coast of, let's say they're in, I don't know, let me pick a country, Romania. Let's say the person is Romania. I can then work out by using Google that this person is 2 hours ahead of me here in the UK in terms of the time zone. So if I'm going to plan a meeting with him, I need to think about that. I need to think that he's 2 hours ahead of me. I'm not going to know that unless I know what country he's in. All right? And that will also give me an indication as to which language he speaks. So once I put country in, it's just a one-line question. It's required. I click apply. Now the next question is, I put in how did you hear about this? Okay? Because one of the things I want to know is which platform did I connect with them in? And this is key also for follow-up, because not only do I follow up by email and phone, I also follow up in the platform where I met this person. So I do follow up in the platform as well. In other words, I message them in LinkedIn or Facebook or wherever it is I met them. Again, I make that a required field and I click apply. So, actually, wrong. I don't make it a one line. What I do is I make it a radio button field, okay? So, how did you hear about us? Required radio buttons. And now what it gives is some options. So I can put here LinkedIn, Facebook, and, you know, whatever social media networks you use, Twitter. If I run out of space, I can add another. We'll put Instagram, okay, and then I'll put in I don't know. I just for the sake of it, TikTok. I don't know. And then what I do is here I put in friend or Google, okay, in case they found me in Google search, and then I'll put in. Down the bottom here, I'll just put in include other option. In other words, if they don't know the answer to the question, you're giving them the ability to click something else, okay? And then once you've set that up, you can click apply. And so now here's the questions that they're going to go ask them a booking form. I'm going to go through the booking in a minute so you see how it works. So now we click save and close. And we're nearly there, folks, on this setup, so not too much more to do. Now, the final step that we do is the notifications and cancellation policy, all right? And this is how they get told that their booking is successful, and this is how they get the direct link to the webinar, all right? So the first thing we want to do is we want to edit the email confirmations. So we go in here and we personalize this, all right? So the first thing we want to do is we want to get rid of everything that's in there, and I've got my little script here, and I'm going to copy that, and again this will be made available with the training, and I'm just going to come back and edit it all up. I'm taking out the spaces because that's just a thing you have to do. There we go. Now there are some things in here we need to change. So where it says invitee first name, you can see that I'm highlighting it and deleting it. And I go to variables and I put in invitee first name. What will that do? It will personalize this email to that person. So if they put in their name as John, the email will say, "Hi John, thanks for booking." Where it says event name, I delete that and I put in variables and I look for the event name there. So all I'm doing is and I put my name here, and I delete that. There we go. Highlight my name because that's a variable, and delete that. Go to my variable list and find my name here somewhere. It is here somewhere. There we go, my name's at the top, sorry about that. And then event time is also here, and variables, so event time, boom, and event date. All right, click on that, delete that, and put in the variable for the event date. All very straightforward stuff. And it says here, so bear in mind, this is the email they're going to get when they booked. This is the link you will need to attend the event, and there it is. There is the link directly to the webinar. But by now, we've got their information. By the time they get this email, they will have filled the booking form in, and this is the confirmation email. This is the first time we give them a direct link. Now we know what time they're going on it, where they are, what their phone number is, what their email is, what their name is. Okay, so down here, what we do is we basically delete the event description. This is just going to give them some more information about the event in the email. So we just put in event description down here somewhere. Here we go, event description. And then I put in a location as a variable. There it is. And then I put in questions and answers. And that the questions and answers variable gives me the information that they filled in all my questions. You know, what, you know, where do they find us and all that. So that gives me that information that they filled in on the form when I get the confirmation email, and it also gives it to them. So we can delete everything else there, and boom. Now, that's the first email. So the second email, so I'm going to highlight that, I'm going to copy that, okay? So that's the first email. They get that immediately once they've booked. As soon as they book, they get this confirmation email. You'll see that in a minute. The next thing we need to do is this, email reminders, okay? So we need to switch that on, okay? And we need to personalize this. So what does email reminders do? Well, so we are going to paste in what I pasted in from up there. So we're going to put here, this is a friendly reminder, that your event name with my name, blah, blah, and that's all we do. We change it like that. It's just a reminder. Everything else is the same. Now, here's the interesting part. So this email will go out, and we're going to change it 2 hours before the event. What does that mean? Well, they're going to get a confirmation when they book. So let's say they booked on a Monday. They're going to get a confirmation on Monday that they booked. But let's say they've booked it for Friday. You don't want to be bothered with reminding them, do you? No, of course you don't. What you want to do is have the system do it for you. You want the system to do the heavy lifting. So we can set an email reminder to go out 2 hours before the event's due. So they get another email 2 hours beforehand. Says, hey, don't forget, 2 hours from now, you're going to have a webinar. Then we can add another reminder to go out 1 hour before. Okay, so they get another one. And then I set another one to go out 20 minutes before. Okay? And that's how I do it. So all you got to do is, I'll do that again so you can see it. So we change that to 2, we add another reminder, we change that to 1, we add another reminder, and we change that to 20 minutes. I'll do that again so you can see it. So, and that's it. Now, that's the setup. That's it. The setup of our event page is completed. Now, there is one other thing that I'm going to do before I go and look at the live page, and it's under the account menu. Okay. In fact, no, I'm going to look at the live page and show you it first, and then I'm going to do this thing. So now what we're going to do, we're going to view the live page. What is the live page? Well, it's the page that somebody will see when you give them your booking link. So we're going to have a look at it, and this is what it looks like. So you can see now that here's the preamble. Okay. It's a 45-minute online webinar, business overview. It has your name at the top, powered by Calendly. So basically, if I was a prospect, I would have received this link, and I would go to here, and I go, okay, I need to book a spot on the webinar. I'm going to choose Thursday the 27th. Now you can see they can choose every hour of the day. And at the moment, there's 5 spots left on all of them. Remember, we spoke about that earlier. Why do we put 5? Now we're creating some urgency. We're saying, hey, we've only got 5 spots, okay? Now, here's the thing. I'm looking at this, and it's in UK, Ireland, Lisbon time, all right? They're looking at it in Japan, or whatever they are, and they're seeing exactly the same time slots because it's on the hour every hour. It doesn't matter what time zone they're in. But they're going to be booking it in their time slot, in their time zone, okay? Calendly, you don't need to worry about all of this. Calendly works it all out. It takes care of the time zones. So you just got to set your time zone up, do it for your time zone, and Calendly does the rest. Okay? So that's how that works. I'm going to come back to this in a minute and book. And it says here, powered by Calendly. I want to get rid of that because that's a bit ugly. So I'm going to close that window here for a minute. And now this is the thing I was going to do earlier. I'm going to go account. And under the account settings, I am going to look over here at branding. Okay. Click on that. And it says here, Calendly branding. And I can turn that off. And I can save the changes. Now, one thing I want to just quickly show you is that if I click on the profile, I never upload a picture to this. And there's a reason I never upload a picture of it, because I'm going to show you why in a minute. So now, having done that little bit of housekeeping, I'm going to click on the Home tab in Calendly. And here's my event, okay? This is my event. And if I copy the link, okay, and go over to a new tab, and paste the link in, you can see that it says calendly.com global BizOp overview. So this is my Calendly link to my webinar booking form. All right. When I talk about Calendly link, this is the link that I'm talking about. So this is my link to the Calendly overview. And again, if I press that, it will take me to the page and Bob's your uncle. Now you can see that that ugly Calendly branding has gone. It's nice and clean now. It's nicely set up. All right. Now we're going to do one more thing. Then we're going to test it. Then we're going to have a break. All right. So the thing we're going to do is that if you give this link out, and there is the link there, which says calendly.com global BizOp overview. You can give that out to people, to your prospects, and say, here's my webinar link, my Calendly link. But I like to shorten it because I think it's too long. All right. I like to keep it short. So I'm going to show you how to shorten a Calendly link. Some of you may know this, some of you may not. Okay. So there's a little thing on the web called Bitly. Some of you have heard of it, some of you haven't. And basically, you just go to bitly.com and you can sign up for a free account. Okay. And what I'm going to do is explain to you what Bitly does. Basically, Bitly takes long URLs and makes short ones out of them. So I'm going to create a Bitly link. So I've signed up for an account. It's free, by the way. On the sign up page for Bitly, you scroll right down to the bottom, it says choose the always free option. Okay. So I'm going to create a Bitly link having signed in. All right. So it's now saying to me, well, paste the long URL. So in other words, what I do here is I paste in, sorry, choose that. You don't have to do that. I'm going to paste in the long URL, which is this one here. Now, if I just wait for a minute, you can see that it automatically flicks over and it says, right, I've got your Calendly link. Now, what do you want to make it? So I can either just leave it at this bit.ly 349bn1. That looks a bit ugly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the back half, which is that part there. I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to put raise biz. I'm not even going to put a hash. I'm just going to put raise biz opt. Okay. So my link will be bit.ly/raise biz opt. I'm going to save that. Okay. There we are. The link has been edited, and here it is. So if I click over here, just in the white space, there we are, Bitly, and you can see where it's going to, and you can see the shortened link, and you can see how much shorter this link is as opposed to that link. And this is a lot easier to remember as well. So instead of having to remember a long link, you can just say, oh yeah, it's Bitly raise biz opt, or whatever your name is, John's biz opt, or whatever it is. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly test that to make sure it works. So I'm going to copy that link. I'm going to go to a new tab. In fact, I can go to the Bitly tab, and now I'm going to paste that link in. All right. And there we are, raise biz opt, and that should now go to my Calendly page. Boom, there we are. So we've just made a nice short URL. Now, when somebody says to me, if I'm prospecting, inviting somebody to the link, you'll see later on when we do the scripts for the prospecting and inviting, you'll see how I use that link and give that link away. I never give away a direct link to the webinar. So finally what I'm going to do is I'm going to test this out, make sure it's all working. So I'm going to pick this date here. I'm going to pretend that I'm the prospect now. I've been sent a link, and I'm going to go and book myself onto a webinar. Okay, so I'm the prospect. So this is what they see. So I'm going to choose the 28th, Friday. I'm going to do it at 7 p.m. So now it says, okay, 7 p.m. confirm. All right, now here as a prospect, I can see all the questions that you set up earlier in Calendly. All right. So I'm going to fill my details in. I'm going to go John Doe. I'm going to put my email as John Doe. No, I'm going to put my email in as something else. I'm going to pretend that I'm the prospect. In fact, no, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll use a Mickey Mouse one that I have. This one. Webinar Connect. People coming in the room, stop any typing. There we go. Right. Mobile phone, I'm just going to put some Mickey Mouse number on there because I know you'll all start ringing me. That'll do. I'm going to put that I'm in the UK, and I'm going to put that I heard about this on LinkedIn. Okay? Boom. There's all my details. So you can see now how the prospect has to give you some information in order to get to the webinar. So effectively what we're doing is we're not giving them the direct link to the webinar, we're just putting one more little step in the middle, which is Calendly, that allows us to capture this information from the prospect. This is so important, guys. If you don't data capture your prospects, you're never going to know when they're going on the webinar, country, name, phone number, email. If you look at anything on the internet, as soon as you take up a free trial or anything like that, what they do, data capture. They want to capture your data so they can follow you up. It's the same here. We're running a business where we need to follow up. So you data capture and you get the information you need to give you the right information. So I'm going to schedule that event. Now as the prospect, I can see that my event is scheduled. Now, if I go and check the email that was sent to the prospect, I should have received that. So I'm going to go to my email, and I'm going to go to here. I'm going to go to my Gmail account because that's where it's going to come through. There we go. Look, it says confirm online business overview with Racing Clair. So I'm going to click that. Now, this is the email that the prospect receives. This is the email that the prospect receives. Remember, we set this up, okay, in Calendly. So it says, hi John, your online business overview with Racing Clair at 7 p.m. UK on Friday, May 28th is scheduled. This is the link you'll need to attend the event. This is a Zoom event, and Zoom will install itself, blah, blah, blah. And you'll be able to automatically when the event begins. So, that's it. That's all they need. And bear in mind, they're going to get a reminder, or I, the prospect, will get a reminder 2 hours before, 1 hour before, and 20 minutes before. Okay? But here's the reality. We all know, don't we, that the webinar runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. What would happen if they click that link right away? Well, what would happen is it would go to the webinar. And there it is. Okay? It says click the volume in the right corner to unmute. And there we are. We're off. So, they don't actually have to wait until the appointment time. They can actually go on it straight away if they wanted to. The only thing is you'll follow them up at the right time. And I've had it where I've had people book on the call through the webinar system, through Calendly. They've made a booking and they've gone on the webinar straight away, and they've come back to me straight away and said, I really like this, can I get on a call with you? Or can I get more information? And so I've actually had them go on the call, come back to me, did a call with them, signed them up before the time was due when they were supposed to go on it anyway. So sometimes that happens. So don't be worried by it, it's just part of the course. Alright, So now we know that works. Now also, let's look at the email that I would have got as the organizer of the event. Okay, because obviously I should have received an email. There we go. Let me just go here. There it is. Look, it says John Doe is attending an online business overview at 7 p.m. Friday, 28th of May. Now, this is the important thing. So now, looking at this email, I can see that John Doe has booked on a course. I can see his email address. I know when he's going on the course, and down here I can see his mobile phone number and his country, and I can see which platform he came to me through. So now I have all the required information to give me everything I need to follow this guy up in the Power Build system through LinkedIn or wherever we're going to be doing it. Okay? And this is key. If you don't have the correct information to follow people up, you'll be spending all your time on these social media platforms giving people the direct link to the webinar. You won't have a clue when to follow them up, how to follow them up, or how, where to follow them up. You won't have a clue because you won't be getting told this information. The only platform that's going to give you this information is Calendly. And that's why it's a valuable tool. Okay? So I now have that information, so now I can make a little plan in my diary. I can go, okay, he's going on the webinar on Friday at 7 p.m. I'm going to give him a call at 8:30. I'm going to ping him a message at 8:30 that says, hey John, thanks for going on the webinar. Let's have a call to see what you like best. And from there he'll say, it's not for me, yes, let's have a call, or I've got some questions. But had I not had that information to ping him that little message at 8:30, I wouldn't stand a chance. And not only can I ping it on his email address now, I can ping him I can ping him an SMS message if I want to, and I can also ping him a message in LinkedIn by going and finding him in LinkedIn and ping him the same message. So now I'm pinging him in his email, his phone, and his LinkedIn, and this guy is thinking, oh, I better answer him because this person, basically Claire, knows where I live. So it's that effective follow-up after the call is key. Because how many business opportunities have you looked at in the last year, 2 years, 3 years, where somebody is that organised that you go on the webinar and literally half an hour later you get a little message saying, hey, thanks for going on the webinar. Doesn't happen very often, does it? And do you know that can be the difference between them saying, yes, I want to work with this guy, or no, I'm just going to go off and look at something else because nobody's following me up. Okay? Sometimes it's that organised follow-up that gets you the victory. So there we are. That's Calendly. And that's how it works. The final thing we just need to talk about before we have a little break is the cost of Calendly. So, as I said at the outset, you get a 14-day free trial. So, what does it cost? Well, if I click the Upgrade Now button, you'll see that there is 3 options of Premium, Pro, and Custom pricing. The only one I ever use or recommend is the Premium. Okay, it's the cheapest one because it does everything you need. Now, if you pay monthly, it's $10 a month. To me, that's a tiny price to pay for what this thing does for me. Okay, and I'm going to show you how powerful it is in just a moment. It's a tiny price to pay for this thing, for this tool that does what it does. Because it does all the heavy lifting of reminding prospects to go on the call. It does all the heavy lifting of grabbing their information for me. It does all of that. I couldn't afford to pay somebody to do that piece of work, but $10 a month, I get all that done for me. If you pay for it yearly, it's $96. Works out at $8 a month. So you're saving yourself $2 a month by paying for it. You're saving $24 a year by paying for it annually. Okay, so pay for it annually because then you don't have to think about it for another year. $96 is not a lot of money. It's not a huge amount of money. If you can't afford to do it $96, then pay $10 a month until you can afford to pay for it yearly. Then pay for it yearly. So Calendly is not an expensive thing, as are any of the tools that I recommend to you. So there we are. That's Calendly. So what we're going to do now, we're going to draw a line under Calendly because we've covered everything I want to cover on Calendly. And as I said, this whole process is being recorded, so you'll be able to get back to this video at some point in the future and go, that's how we set up Calendly properly. That's how we do it, okay? I'm sorry we're not doing questions, so I'm going to put your hand down. There we go. And you'll be able to get the video and you'll be able to see how Calendly is set up and do it for yourselves, and obviously have that to pass to your teams. Right, we're going to take a little break. I need to go get some liquid refreshment. We're going to take a little break just for 5 minutes, and we're going to come back, and then we're going to get on to the next section, which is all about getting the pre-prep done for LinkedIn. So we've done Calendly. Next is Canva. It's going to be a little bit of a shorter session for Canva because there's not so much to do. And then we'll probably have another little break, and then we'll get into LinkedIn. So the time now is 13:28, according to my 13:29. Let's get back here for 13:35. I'm going to restart this at 13:35. Let's have a break, and then we'll come back shortly. So we'll see you in about 5-6 minutes. Take care. everyone. We are back for the next part of our mega training here class on May. So already today we've discussed the importance of having a system.
Hello, B, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
When you're dealing with prospects.
I'm back again with health. This thing is, there's a background noise. I was wondering, are you able to connect to my Zoom? Maybe you're able to see where the noise is coming from. It's the training group, I mean the link.
That's what we've done for the last
Okay, I'm wondering.
Yes, someone's phone is ringing.
Someone's phone is ringing.
Yes. Okay, he's back. Okay, bye bye.
Alright.
The Ray is back. We started the training again.
Oh, okay, alright. Bye.
Profile header on their LinkedIn profile. And I just ignore those people because I say to myself, well, if you can't even be bothered to put a picture of yourself and a header up, a banner, it says a lot about you to me. Whereas if I see somebody that's taken the time to put a good header on, an attractive header, a nice profile photograph, and has taken time and care over crafting a profile, I'm way more likely to deal with that person because clearly they understand what they're doing and they understand the value of the space that they have in LinkedIn. So, a lot of people don't know how to create simple graphics for use in LinkedIn. And so what I'm going to do next for the next half an hour or so is show you how to create simple graphics for a header banner on LinkedIn and for a profile picture, because we're going to need those components when we go into the part of our training today where we're going to set up our profiles. So again, this is another preparatory step, a preparation step in getting our LinkedIn profile set up and receptive to the market that we're going to be looking to attract. So let's go to the next tool that we're going to use in the box. I'm just going to shut that down because we don't need to look at Calendly anymore, I don't think. There we go, that's my email address. So here we go, let's get Calendly up camera. So the tool that I recommend for this is something you may have heard of, you may not have heard of. It's called Canva. Now, fundamentally, in my view, I'm a bit of a graphic designer. Fundamentally, in my view, there are two tools you can use for doing a bit of graphic design, because creating a banner and a photograph is all a bit of graphic design. And the main tool that everyone knows is Adobe Photoshop. Most people can't afford the money for Adobe Photoshop. Having said that, I have discovered recently, think about this, and if you want to go down this route, you can. I have discovered recently that you can get Adobe Photoshop and a bunch of other programs that Adobe do, like Lightroom and the Bridge and all that sort of stuff, for 10 quid a month. I think it must be $10 where everyone else is. It's 10 quid a month. Which, when you consider Photoshop, used to be about £3,000 to buy it back in the day. It's a good deal. I love Photoshop. I use Photoshop. But you do need to be a bit of a rocket scientist to use it. You need to understand graphic design to use it. Then about 4 years ago, this thing called Canva popped up on the scene, and it has become a monster. Everybody I know uses it, and Canva is Photoshop for people who don't want to be a rocket scientist. Okay, and it's an online thing, and it's dead simple to use, as you're going to see shortly. So, in your LinkedIn profile, let's just look at LinkedIn. Let's bring this down here a bit so I can see it without. So if we look at LinkedIn, there we go. I've got a LinkedIn profile here. There are two little camera images here. One is profile photograph, and one is banner. Now, I am going to say this to you because I think this is important. I see a lot of people, even in my team, who join CashFX. And while we're talking about tools, this is what I'm going to talk about. They join CashFX and they've only got a phone. They don't even have an iPad, and they don't have a laptop. Okay? And I need to put this on record because you need to understand something, I feel. Phones are not business tools. I'm going to reiterate that. A phone is not a tool for doing business on, because apps on phones are very, very, very cut down versions of the full desktop apps. If you're in business and you're doing business online, get yourself a laptop. Okay? Even iPads aren't good for doing business on. I've got an iPad. I don't do business on an iPad. I do it on my MacBook. I've got the latest Samsung Galaxy phone, the latest iPad. I don't do business on those things. I do them on my MacBook because the MacBook I've got a Windows laptop as well. These are the tools for business, okay? And so if you try and do these things on a phone, you're doing it on a tiny little screen and it just doesn't work. And also doing Zoom meetings where you need to share screens, etc., doesn't work. Get yourself, laptops are cheap. You can get one for 250 quid. Got a member of my team the other day went out and bought one for 250 quid. He absolutely loves it. Said he wished he did it a year ago because it makes life easy for him now. They're much easier to use. And so get yourself a laptop and do everything on a laptop. You'll be better off when you do it. Now, the banner is here. The profile photo is here. Now, what I want to just quickly do is I just want to talk about profile photographs. So let me just, no, that's not it. There we go. In fact, I'll talk about Canva first. Let's talk about that. So Canva is an online tool that you can use to create all sorts of graphics for all sorts of things. Okay. Now I've got an account, so I'm going to log in. You can sign up for a free account, okay? And you can use Canva for free, but some of the things that I use it for require a paid account, but most people can get by on the free, okay? So I'm just going to log into my Canva account. I'm not going to show you how to log in for sign up for a Canva account because there's 1,000,001 videos on YouTube that will show you how to do that. Okay. So let me just give you the 10-cent tour of Canva because, you know, whatever you want to do, it's in here. A lot of people comment on my Zoom backgrounds. There's plenty of Zoom backgrounds. Look, so the one that you're looking at here with the waterfall, I got that from Canva. It was free. It didn't cost me anything. It was inside Canva. I went, oh, that's quite interesting. It's neutral. It's peaceful. I'll use that as my Zoom background. And I got it in Canva. And it doesn't matter what you can, whatever you can think of that you want to design stuff for, you know, whether it's social media, you know, Facebook posts, your story, TikTok video, YouTube thumbnails, well, you know, YouTube intro. So, for example, if you wanted an animated social media video to put a post out, you simply click here and it will give you a blank template and also lots of inspirational ideas where if you just click that idea, it will immediately bring that in here. And this is a video. And as you can see, it will run. And then you can edit the text and do what you like, export it and upload it to your social media. It really is that simple, okay? It's a very powerful tool when you start to look at it. And again, I'm not here to train you on Canva because there's 1,000,001 YouTube videos out there that will show you. What I'm going to show you today is how to create a LinkedIn banner and a LinkedIn profile photograph so that you can upload this into your LinkedIn profile, which is what we're going to do in the next session. So I want to create a LinkedIn banner. So instead of going hunting around for things, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to type in LinkedIn banner in the top. And you can see immediately it comes up with LinkedIn banner. You'll also see it says 1,584 by 396 pixels. So Canva knows what size a LinkedIn banner should be. So they do it for you. You don't have to think about that. You just click on it. And now what it's going to do is it's going to give me a lot of templates that I can use to create a LinkedIn banner. Okay, for my profile. So here's what I can do is I can either create a blank one, the LinkedIn banner, or I could simply choose one of the ones of the myriad ones that are here and edit my own. So I'm just having a quick look through, see what we've got, etc., etc., etc. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I quite like this one here. okay, with the sort of rock canyon formation. I think that's quite nice. You might want, if you're more business minded, you might something like that, you know, or you might want to do something like that. It's up to you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do this one. So I'm going to click on it, and you can see immediately that it comes up and it gives me the image, the background image to build my Canva template on. So I've set up this, and I'll use the word, fake LinkedIn account for the purposes of training. I made up this name, Robert Ray, just for the purposes of our training today. I'm never going to use this account, and I'll probably kill it afterwards. So here I am. I need to create a bit of a banner for Robert Ray. Now, if you don't like that background picture, you can change it, okay? If you go over to photos over here, about to show you is amazing, okay? Let's say you want a picture of a car instead of that. Comes up with loads of, okay? Let's say you want a picture of a car instead of that. Comes up with loads of, okay? Let's say you want a picture of a car instead of that. Account, which I have. So you can now see that it brings this image up in my workspace. If I now want to make this the background image, I right click on the image with my right mouse button. It drops a menu down and there's an image here that says replace background. And you can now see that this image is my background. It's that simple. So I can choose, you know, if I want that image to be my background, I can go in there. So I can experiment and do what I like, you know, with my images until I'm happy that I've got the image that I want. So, for example, if I click on this one and I right click on that and then replace the background, I think that's fantastic. All right. So if I also click on the image now that I've got on my background, you'll see up here there's a menu that's appeared and I can do all sorts of things with it. Okay. So one of the things I might be able to do, for example, is I can adjust the transparency of it. Okay. I might want to decide that I might want it a bit lighter or I want it full transparency. The other thing I can do is I can flip it. Let's say I want it to be the other way around, I can do that. Okay, I want the cars to be in Australia, I can do that. But obviously we live in England and we drive this way up. So I can also adjust the brightness of the image. And there you go, I can adjust the brightness out. I can adjust the contrast if I want to make it contrasty. I can adjust the saturation. If I want to do it black and white, I can take the saturation out. If I want to oversaturate it, I can do that. I can alter the tint. So if I want it to be much warmer or redder or whatever, I can adjust the tint to whatever I want. I can even, if I want to, I can even blur the background a little bit, depending on how much I want that blur to be. And if I want to be really, you know, controlling about it, I can put an exact number in here. If I want to set it back to 0, I can do that. I'm sorry, put it onto 0. I'm typed today. There we go, 0. That takes the blur out. X process is gamma processing it. It's actually, nobody uses that. And I can vignette it, which means it darkens the corners. There you go. You can see the corners darkening, corners getting lighter. Very subtle effect, that. So you've got real control over what it looks like. And again, all of this is pretty obvious. You don't need to be a graphic designer to understand this. Okay. So I'm just going to leave it like that. I'm actually going to saturate it a little bit more because I like it a bit saturated. I'm actually going to tint it down a bit more red because I prefer it. Makes it nice and warm. Okay. Now, the other thing I can do is, the next thing I can do is I can put some text on there. Okay, so I now click on the text link over here, and I can choose a heading or a subheading or whatever. So I'm going to put a heading on. So I'm going to click on the text, and as you can see, it puts some text on the frame. Now, one of the things I can do is I can make that text bigger just by dragging that handle out. And now, if I move my mouse over it, I get the little cross symbol if I position on the edge, and I can move that to wherever I want. Now, if I want to dead center this, you'll notice that if I move this up, somewhere along as I move it up, I'll get a little pink line. That tells me that it's centered vertically. And now if I move it left or right, there you go. That now tells me it's centered vertically and everywhere else. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to double click in here and select all the text, which is already selected. I'm going to type the name of the account that I created earlier, which is Robert Ray. So now I've got my name on the image, okay? But there's a bit of a problem, okay, as you can see. And I'll come to that in a minute. Well, I'll come to it now, actually. The problem is the text is getting a bit lost in the imagery. So how can I fix that? Well, there's a little trick we can use, and it's called a darken overlay. So what we do here is we go to the elements thing here, and we just pick a square, just a shape, and we click on it and add it on. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to push this up into the corners. Okay. And I can adjust the size of it with these handles. Okay. So I can push that out to that end, and I can pull this down to here, so that this obscures the whole of my image. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the color of it. I'm going to change it to black. All right. And so I click on this little color thing here, and here I've got some default colors here if I want to use the default colors, or I can choose a color of my own. I might just want it to be a dark gray like that. Okay. That's a dark gray color, and I'm happy with that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust where this is. I want the text to be in front of the grey square, but I want the cars to be behind the grey square. And we call this layers. There's layers in an image. So I want the text to be the front layer, the grey square to be the middle layer, and the car image to be the background. So what I can do is I can hold on an Apple Mac, it's the command key. On a Windows computer, it's the control key. I can hold my key down and press the square brackets symbol while holding the key down. So I'm holding the control or command key down. I'm pressing the square bracket, the left bracket, square bracket. And now when I press the square bracket, you can see the text has suddenly appeared. That's because it's moved the grey square back one layer behind the text. So now I've got the layer in position behind the text in front of the cars, but the problem is I can't see the cars. So what I do, I now, with my grey square selected, I go to my transparency and I start to bring the transparency down. So now you can begin to see, I can adjust that so that you can still see the cars in the background, but now the writing really, really stands out quite nicely. Okay. What I'm now going to do is I'm going to move this up a little bit because I want to put another bit of text in a moment. What I can do here now is I can change the text if I want to. If I'm not happy with that text, and Canva comes preloaded with thousands and thousands and thousands of different text font styles that you might like. So for example, if you prefer sort of a handwriting, I quite like that. I think that's quite nice. If you like a nice handwriting font, you can use that. So you can experiment and muck about and see what you want to do with those things. Now, I think that's a bit small, so I'm going to adjust the text up a bit. Up here, there's a little font size thing. So I'm going to go plus, 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 plus. I'm just going to keep it in plus until I'm happy with it. And that's great. And also over here, there's a little spacing thing. And if you click on that, you can adjust the spacing of the letters. And if you want them really wide or whether you want them really sort of tight, that's up to you. And the line spacing, where you've got more than one line, you can adjust the space between the lines. So I'm quite happy with that. I think that's quite a nice little professional looking thing. If you want to make it bigger quickly, you can just drag the handles and then just reposition until you're on the center line again. And if you think that's a bit too big, you can just adjust it up and down, and then obviously blah, blah, blah. Now, I'm happy with that. Now what I want to do is I want to go back to my text and I want to add in a subheading. Okay. So now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put in capital letters, professional network marketer. Okay. Because I want anyone who lands on my profile to completely understand who I am and what I am. Okay. So here, what I'm going to actually do is something quite, I'm going to make this little bit of text smaller. I'm going to change the font of the text to be something quite plain like that. Okay, that's a bit too, I'm going to take the bold off because I don't want the bold on. There we are. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to affect the spacing so that the letters spread out like that. And I'm just going to take the letters out so that they're kind of lined up as far as they can go. There we go. So now it says Robert Ray, professional network marketer. Okay. Now I'm actually quite happy with that. That's all I need to do really to create my header. So the first thing I need to do is I need to download that. Okay. I'm going to download that, and I'm going to use a JPEG as a format because it's the small size, which means it will load quickly on the web. All right. So I'm going to download it, and click download, and now you can see that it's downloading that, which is great. So now I've done my banner. Okay. So that's that. I've done my banner. Now I can close that because Canva saves everything automatically. You notice I haven't saved anything. I can just close that and Canva will save it. So when I go home in Canva, you'll see, there we go, your designs, and it will update that in a minute to show my design that I did. Just to show you that it is the design, you'll see, there you go, that's the design. Right, so there's my banner. Now what I want to do is I want to do my profile image, okay? And this is where I want to talk about the quality of the photograph you take of yourself will affect how well you look in the finished product. Okay, sometimes I'll go onto somebody's profile and I'll see a really shoddy photograph and I go, well, they didn't take any time over that, did they? Okay, it's all about the presenting of the correct professional image here. Okay, now if I saw this photograph, and if you've been in the networking world, you know who this guy is. He's a friend of mine. This photograph is bloody awful when it comes to using it for a profile, because ideally you want a head and shoulders shot, okay, of the person or yourself, and all this other stuff and gump in the background is going to make it difficult to remove the background. Okay, what you should do is you should get your wife, partner, spouse, or your dog, if he's clear enough, to take a picture of you that looks something like this. In other words, it's a picture of you smartly dressed. You don't have to wear a tie, just a smart casual shirt or a smart dress if you're a lady, or a smart dress if you're a man, depending on your leanings. But, you know, smart clothes, business clothes, against a plain background. Even a plain wall is good enough. You know, you don't have to be professional. The phones on cameras today are just phenomenal. They're really good. Just hold the camera steady, take a number of shots and choose one you like best. Smile, look at the camera, very simple to do. Number of people in my team have changed their profile images based on this advice that I've given them, and they now look much more professional online. So I downloaded this picture earlier because I'm going to use this. I'm going to basically use this as Robert Ray, and I'm going to edit it in Canva. Okay. So a profile image for any social network should be a perfect square. Okay. And the standard size for perfect squares on the internet is 1080 pixels by 1080 pixels, 1080 pixels by 1080 pixels. And there is one format in Canva that will give you that straight away, and it's called Instagram Post. Okay. And if you type in Insta and click on Instagram Post, you'll see it immediately says 1080 by 1080. So that's the template we want. And what I want to do here is I want to create a blank Instagram profile. So there's my blank profile. But now what I want to do is I want to get my photograph that I downloaded earlier into this. So how do I do that? Well, how I do that is I have my profile, my photograph on the desk, on my desktop. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to grab the photograph that I downloaded. I'm going to pick it up here and I'm going to drag it into Canva. Okay. Then I let go of it and you can see that it brings the photograph in. So there's my photograph. Now, the problem is I've got all this grey white background in here, which is a bit of a problem for me because I don't want that. I absolutely don't want the background in there. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I can do one of two things. If I did want the background, I can actually resize this photograph to fit the square if I wanted to do that. Okay. If I'm comfortable with the background, I can do that. if I don't, then that creates a problem in as much as I want a different color background. Okay. So how do I get rid of the background? Well, if I click on the image and I click on effect, now I'm going to tell you that this is a feature of the Pro version of Canva, which is, I'll come on to the price of that later on, but the Pro version has this thing called background remover. All right. Now, with my image selected, I click on the background remover, and you can see that Canva is whirring away, and boom, the background is gone. How quick was that? Now, I can prove the background is gone because if I get a shape like that one, okay, and I put it over there, and then I move that backwards a layer, as we did before, you'll see that this should, if I send it to the back, it should, bring this to, I know why, detach that image from the background, there we go. You can now see that there's no background on the image, okay? No background whatsoever. Now, here's the thing. What I might want to do, I'm going to delete that, is I might want to have a nice sort of circular image whereby I can also have a nice sort of gradient background just to give me a nice background for my image. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to crop this image so it's a bit squarer. So using the crop tool, I can just crop my image down, make sure it's a bit squarer. There we go. Boom. And I click done, and there we are. So I've got a bit of a squarer image now. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to go over to my elements. And if I scroll down, there's this thing called gradients. And if I click on see all, there's one here that's a perfect circle. I'll find it for you in a minute. There it is. So now I can click on gradients and bring that over here. Okay. I'm going to make that a bit bigger, and I'm going to send it to the back so it goes behind the image. Now that looks a bit girly, so I don't want to do that. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make this the sort of same size as that. Okay, there we go. Boom. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the colors on this gradient so they're not so girly. And as you can see, there are 3 colors. Now I want the top color to be a nice sort of sandy brown. I want the middle color to be a sort of more orangey color. And there you go, I want the other color to be a yellow. So all I've got to do is select which color I want to change and then pick the color that I want. And there we go. So now what I've got is I've got a nice sort of sandy gold color, which kind of ties in with the sunset on the cars, on the banner and everything. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something interesting. Okay. I'm going to highlight these 2 by holding the shift key down and clicking the other one. Okay. Or I can simply drag a box around both of them and they'll get selected. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to group them. And there's a reason I'm going to do this, because I actually want my image to be a circle. Okay, I want it to be a completely circular image, or no, I don't. What I want to do is make my image a square. Okay, so I'm going to actually do that. I'm going to ungroup them. I was misguiding you, and I'm going to increase the size of this circle so that it fills the screen. Okay, and so what I have now is a nice little perfect profile image that I can use in LinkedIn. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to download this, okay? In fact, one thing, I'm actually going to flip this because I think he's looking the wrong way. That's just my graphic eye. I think that's a better angle, to be fair. Okay. So I'm going to download this as a JPEG. Boom, download. Okay. So that's how we export the images ready for LinkedIn. So really, folks, that's it. So what I've done in Canva in the last 15, 20 minutes, and normally when I do this myself, I can do them in a matter of minutes because obviously I know my way around Canva. But what I've actually done is created a nice LinkedIn header banner and a nice profile image, which I can use in my LinkedIn profile. I'm just going to get a blank screen up and show you the 2 images so that you can see them. And that way you'll know what they look like as output. So if we go up to downloads here, and we will see, so here is my profile image, and here is my simple abstract banner. So obviously if I open those up, you'll be able to see what they look like when they're enlarged. And here we go. So there's my profile image that I'm going to use on my LinkedIn profile. And there's my banner. Okay. And as you can see, I've tied the colors of the background in to the nice orangey hues of the banner that I've created. Okay. And listen, you don't have to be a rocket scientist or a graphic designer to do this stuff. It's fairly straightforward, and anyone with a half decent eye for color would be able to put this together in 10, 15 minutes. And listen, again, folks, there's 1,000,001 videos on YouTube on how to create good design in Canva and use it properly. So these are the images that I'm going to be using later on in my LinkedIn. So just to make my life easy, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this LinkedIn profile, and I'm going to rename this LinkedIn banner. Okay, just so that when I add them, I know what I'm looking for. Okay, LinkedIn banner. Let's try that. LinkedIn banner. I can't spell today. I don't know why. There we go. So I'm just going to leave those there, and that will give me what I need later on. Okay, going back to where we are. So again, I couldn't have done that with that image because the image is so small that if I took a screenshot and tried to reduce it down to head and shoulders of the guy, I'll show you what that will look like, because obviously it's going to look dreadful because it's going to be very, very, if I get this up on my screen and show you, it's going to be very, very blurred. There we go, let's go there. Let's bring that screenshot over and enlarge it. There we go. And as you see, as I start to enlarge this, you're going to see it's going to start to become very blurred and pixelated because it's such a small image. So you need big, clear images. Mobile phones are great for doing these. You know, just stand against a plain wall, put some smart clothes on. Better if you can do it, in daylight, because the more daylight you've got on something, the better. Don't use any flash, just more natural light, and smile and take a few and choose the one you're happy with. Okay, so that's how we create a LinkedIn profile and a LinkedIn banner. So we're getting close to the point where we can start thinking about setting up our LinkedIn account. Now, what I want to do before that is I just want to do a brief introduction to LinkedIn, because there are some people on this call, I know that because I've talked to a lot of people, there's a lot of people that actually don't know what LinkedIn is or why it exists or anything. So I just want to basically talk initially about LinkedIn. All right. Why LinkedIn? Well, let's just look at the statistics. Okay. It started in 2003, 16,000 employees around the world. Total number of LinkedIn users, 766 million users. 766 million. That's 10% of the world's population. 10% of the world's population are on LinkedIn. Okay. Total number of monthly active LinkedIn users, 310 million. So that's about 5% of the world using LinkedIn every month. Okay. A lot of LinkedIn users from the US. 55 job applications submitted every second to LinkedIn. Just think about that. Every second, 55 job applications are submitted. So what does that tell you? Well, it tells you that people are using LinkedIn to look for work or look for business or look for opportunity. Okay. This is an interesting statistic. And actually, this is really, really interesting given our current situation, given the fact that at the moment, the USA is closed and Canada is closed to us. More than 70% of LinkedIn users are from outside of the US. Okay. Which means that the bulk of people in LinkedIn are not in the US, they're outside of the US. Which means that if you're prospecting on LinkedIn, 70% of your audience is outside of the country where we can't operate fully yet. Okay. So you'll also know that there's a very low number of millennials, 18 to 24 years old, that use LinkedIn. And this is going to bring me into something in a minute. Okay. LinkedIn is a grown-up network. It's a very grown-up network. Okay. 50% of the people on it have a college degree or higher. And the average income of a LinkedIn user stands at $46,000 a year, which is about £32,000. Okay, 50% of college graduates use LinkedIn. 90 million LinkedIn users are senior level influencers, and 63 million are in decision-making positions. Okay, and it just goes on and on and on. 6 out of 10 users actively look for industry insights. 280 billion feed updates are viewed annually. And LinkedIn makes up more than 50% of all social traffic. I'll let that sink in. LinkedIn makes up for more than 50% of all social traffic. So that's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. More than 50% of that traffic belongs to LinkedIn. So Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc., all combined still don't make up more social traffic than the LinkedIn. Okay? And here is the big one. 92% of B2B marketers include LinkedIn in their digital marketing mix. 92% of marketers are using LinkedIn. And there's a very, very, very good reason. I want to explain it to you. It's to do with the perception of the network that you use as to whether how successful or applicable it is for your audience. So I want to deal with something I call what kind of potato are you? Now, those of you who know me and been on my training courses before know that we touch upon this quite regularly. So I bounced around Facebook earlier and I quickly found this image. Which kind of farm animal are you? And I put my head in my hands and went, good grief. Really? And then I found in a few seconds later, what type of superhero are you? And my immediate and instant reaction to anything like this is, really? Who gives a flying fart about what kind of superhero are you? Or what kind of farm animal are you? And the classic one is that I saw some years ago, somebody put out, what kind of potato are you? Hello? You've got nothing better to do with your day than to actually physically spend time creating a post asking everyone what kind of potato they are. It's beyond my perception why people would waste their time doing this. And here's the thing. And I'm going to talk about Facebook because many people are turning away from Facebook now. Okay. It's still one of the biggies, but there's massive migration to LinkedIn going on, massive migration to other platforms going on. And chat is now becoming the big social networks. I mean, you look recently, 250 million people migrated in one weekend from WhatsApp to Telegram because of the invasion of privacy that's on WhatsApp now. And I spend all my social media time basically in Telegram, interacting with all the people that I want to interact with. But I do spend a lot of time in LinkedIn doing my marketing there. Now, somebody once put out a post, what kind of potato are you? Now, here's the thing about Facebook. If you put a post on Facebook saying, hey, this is my business, I'd love you to take a look. You put a nice picture up, blah, blah, blah. And let's say you've got 2,000 followers. You might get 2 people out of those 2,000 go, meh, or I'll have a look then, But here's the thing. If you put a post on there saying to your 2,000 followers, what kind of potato are you? You will be inundated. 800 to 900 people will tell you what kind of potato they are. And it's because of the perception of what Facebook is. People see Facebook as a platform for having fun. They don't see it as a serious business platform, and that's why most of the business posts on Facebook tend to get ignored. Okay, that's why. If you go on LinkedIn and have a look at LinkedIn, I've been on LinkedIn nearly 10 years now. I've never once seen a post saying, what kind of potato are you? What kind of farm animal are you? What kind of superhero are you? Because people in LinkedIn don't do that. They're not there to have fun. What they're there to do is create income and business. And it is a business-focused network, LinkedIn. Okay? Very, very business-focused. And that's exactly what you want when you're looking to build a business. What you don't want is, 3,000, 5,000 people following you who are all interested in what kind of potato you are. You want 3,000, 5,000 people following you who are all looking for opportunity or business or income or all three or both or whatever you like to call it. Because that's what you should be looking at. Excuse me, I'm just going to take a sip of my cup of tea, which I will edit out. So that's why LinkedIn is such a good network for what we do. And it's interesting because I read a study the other day. I couldn't find it for this training. It was an article that said how many network marketers are in LinkedIn. It's about 1/7 of their audience. Okay, there's about 80 million network marketers inside LinkedIn. Just think about that. 80 million network marketers. My mission is to sign all of them up by the end of this year if I can. I don't think I'm going to succeed, but I'm going to try. Okay? So 80 million networkers. Now, somebody said to me a few weeks back, they said, well, hang on. If there's 100,000 people in Richard's team and we're all pitching the same people, we're all pitching into LinkedIn, the same platform, aren't we going to hit saturation point? And here's my answer to that. And this works, whatever country you're in, the answer to this will be the same. You know somebody that's got a television in their house. I absolutely know that you know somebody that's got a television in their house. I also know that you know somebody that's got 2 televisions in their house. Just think about that for a minute. You'll start to think of people. It might even be you. I also know that you know some people, perhaps not so many, but you know some people that have got 3 televisions in their household. So here we are. Everyone you know has got a television. A lot of people you know have got 2 televisions, and some people you know have got 3 televisions. And I guarantee that if you went to your local big city or town, there would be 4 or 5 or 6 people, companies, shops, retail outlets selling televisions. And there is a gazillion people selling televisions online. So hold on. If everyone you know has a television, and a lot of people you know have 2 televisions, and some people you know have got 3 televisions, who's buying them? Who's buying the damn things? How comes these companies survive selling televisions? Well, the reason is because the market changes all the time. And it's the same with network marketing and the same with LinkedIn. Let's look back a year ago when the pandemic started. Was Zoom as powerful and as well known as it is now? Have we become the Zoom generation? Everything's moved online. We do business differently now. The landscape is changing. People who had traditional jobs where they got in their cars and trains and taxis and went to work doesn't happen really right now in the world because of COVID. Okay? The world has changed, and the world is constantly changing and always changing. There are 3 immutable laws of the universe. You can rewind this tape and study this. The 3 laws are this. You are is rule 1. You exist is law 2. And there is nothing as constant as change except the first 2 laws. That's law 3. In other words, everything's going to change. And the reason people buy televisions and any other electrical appliance is because there's always new models being brought out, and the model they've got is wearing out. And at some point, they're going to need to buy one. And there's enough people in the world to make sure that there's a constant need and a constant supply. I've recently, in the last 3 or 4 weeks, bought a new vacuum cleaner. I bought another Dyson because the one I had lasted me 15 years. It was beginning to wear out. So I bought another Dyson. And this one's a newer model. It's upgraded. It's got all the bells and whistles. It's much quieter, suction's better, so it's new and improved. And this will do me for another 10 years, and then I'll get another one. So the market's always changing, and the need is always changing. And so it is with network marketing and 80 million people in LinkedIn. You will never, even if there was 100,000 of us promoting CashFX into LinkedIn, it's going to take us 10, 15 years to reach all of that 80 million people. It just is. It just is. Trust me, we cannot saturate LinkedIn. All right. You cannot saturate Facebook. You cannot saturate social media. And if you sit there thinking about those things, you're actually not doing, you're not taking action, which is the thing you should be doing. Just take the action, get on with it, and reach out to people. Because I've built a massive business on LinkedIn. People in my team have built massive businesses on LinkedIn. People in Richard's team have taken the Power Build method and built massive businesses on LinkedIn using this method, using Power Build, because they don't care about the saturation argument. They just get on and do the actions. And you cannot beat doing the actions. Taking action. Somebody in my team said this the other day, and I can't agree with them more. Taking action is the answer to everything. It is the global panacea for network marketers. Action. Take action. Don't ask questions. Just get on and take the action. Don't worry about the detail. Don't sweat the small stuff. Don't think about the deep thought things. If there's 80 million people on LinkedIn and I'm going to, don't think that. Just take the actions. Get it done. Reach out. Start talking to people. Connect, pitch, and invite. Connect, pitch, and invite. Connect, pitch, and invite. You start developing that mentality and that repetitive action process. You will build a team using this method and Power Build, and it will work for you. Okay. So that's why LinkedIn, because there's 700 million people on it and 92% of the marketers are using LinkedIn. So that's why we use LinkedIn. That's who's on LinkedIn. And trust me, LinkedIn gives you one massive advantage over Facebook. Go into Facebook and try and target a network marketer and see how far you get in actually finding them. See how far you get in actually finding a network marketer. Very difficult to do in Facebook. As you're going to see during the course of this training, it's dead simple in LinkedIn because they give you the tools to do it, because they understand you're looking for people in specific marketplaces, target audiences. LinkedIn is built for this, okay? And it works very, 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 very well. So the first thing we're going to learn to do on LinkedIn, in fact, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take a little break before we get into the next section. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to start setting up our LinkedIn profile. And I'm conscious that we had a break about an hour ago, and you might need a comfort break. So we're going to take a little 5-minute break. It's say 25 past now. So we're going to come back at 14:30, 2:30 my time. So that's 6 minutes from now. Get yourself a comfort, have some comfort, get yourself a drink. I'm going to finish my tea, and then we're going to come back and we're going to start setting up a LinkedIn profile properly, the way it should be done, the way it will be set up to give you a massive advantage. So there we go. Quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back here at past on the hour, which is 6 minutes from now, and we'll see you very, very soon. Okay, quick break. Right then, welcome back to the next session of this masterclass, LinkedIn masterclass this afternoon. I hope you're all suitably refreshed and you've had a little comfort break and had a chance to stretch your legs and get yourselves refreshed and ready to go for the next little bit. Right, so as I said prior to our little comfort break, we're going to cover the setting up of your LinkedIn profile, which is probably the thing that 99% of people I've helped on LinkedIn, it's been the consistent failure point for 99% of people, because people don't really know how to set up a LinkedIn profile. Okay. And there are many schools of thought on it. And I'm not saying that the method that I use is 100% correct, okay, because I don't know everything. However, what I do know is this seems to work. The whole thing seems to work. I will let you know that there is a gentleman who's done some training with us here on the Saturday trainings. Gentleman by the name of Gunnar Habits. Fine gentleman. He originally from Europe, but now lives in Switzerland. And he runs some great classes on LinkedIn. If you want to get in touch with Gunnar, he's available through various people. I can always connect you with him and give his website out later on a private message. But he does some great LinkedIn marketing, and he's done some training with us, and I like him a lot. So your LinkedIn profile, like your Facebook profile, is the thing that if somebody... if you reach out to somebody on LinkedIn and say, hey, I want to connect with you, first thing they're going to do, the absolute first thing they're going to do is come and check you out. More so than on Facebook. A lot of times on Facebook, people just accept your friendship request. Okay. So on Facebook, we call them friends. So when we connect with people, that's we've friended people. Over here on LinkedIn, when we connect with people, we call them connections. Okay, we've connected with those people. And I want to just talk about briefly how I'll talk about connections later. So what we're going to do is we're going to start setting up our LinkedIn profile to be attractive to the right target audience. So let me just talk about that for a minute. So when you're out and about on LinkedIn and you're talking to a network marketer, okay, what they're looking for, what network marketers generally are looking for, is they're looking for somebody to partner with who can give them the right guidance and the right mentorship and, appears to be successful. The other thing also is that they come looking at your profile. Whenever you approach a network marketer, their immediate and instant reaction is, how can I get this guy in my business? They're looking to bring you into their business. So I kind of play to that a little bit. All right. I let them think through my profile, and none of it's untrue, but I let them see that I'm somebody that they really want in their business. In other words, I make myself attractive to them, and they think that I'm the prey. They think they're fishing me, when in reality, I'm fishing them. I'm, by the use of my profile, I'm saying, come to daddy. Okay. But they don't realize that, because they think they're going to pitch me, but I don't ever let them get to that. And that's why it works so well. But your profile is the first point at which they go, oh, this person looks very interesting to me. So if your profile is all completely wrong, it's not going to work very well, is it? Okay. So it's imperative, absolutely imperative, that you set your profile up correctly. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about something called an all-star profile. All right. Now, an all-star profile is effectively a little badge that LinkedIn will give you to say, your profile looks fabulous. We like you because you've done all the things we want you to do on your profile to make your profile look great. Okay, and it's not difficult to get an all-star profile. So what I'm going to do now for the next 35-40 minutes is I'm going to take you through the process of taking a blank profile to becoming an all-star profile. So I'm just going to refresh this page. You'll see here that I've set up this, as I've said before, this is a fake profile. I've just set it up. I don't know this. I made this name up, Robert Ray, and I'm not going to go through setting up a LinkedIn profile. And the reason I'm not going to do that is because there are 980,312,771 videos on YouTube that says how to set up a LinkedIn profile. Okay, how to create a LinkedIn account. I don't need to do that. Okay, I'm just reinventing the wheel if I do that. I'm wasting your time and mine. So once you get a blank template set up, a blank account set up, you'll end up at this screen. Okay, and as you can see, they've done a bit of the setup for you already, and away you go. So here we go. So the first thing we want to do is we want to start getting our banner up and our profile image up. Now, for those of you who were with us in the last session, you will know that we've created in Canva our lovely images. And so what we're now going to do is going to add these to our profile. So the first one we're going to do, I'm going to click on the profile image here. And as you can see, there's a little camera icon. And as you can see, as I move over that, my little mouse becomes a pointer, meaning I can click on this. And I'm going to click on this. And here we go. It says you can upload a photo, basically. All right. So we're going to do that. We're going to upload a photograph. And you may remember we called them LinkedIn profile and LinkedIn banner. Here we go. LinkedIn profile and LinkedIn banner. So I'm going to highlight the LinkedIn profile one, and there's our picture that we created in Canva. You'll notice it's a perfect square. Also, one thing I didn't talk about is that the head is in what we call the high 2/3 position on the image. In other words, the head, and the way I always do it is that if you try and get the chin on or about the center line horizontally, or the mouth on or about the center line horizontally, your head is going to be in about the right position. And obviously, make sure that the center of the face is down the center line of the image. Okay, so this is a really well set up image, professional looking image. And now, having selected that, I'm going to click open. And obviously, LinkedIn gives you some abilities here. You know, if this is not the Australian version of LinkedIn, but if you live in Australia, you can go upside down. So you can straighten it, or you can do what you like with it. I think that's about right there. And of course, you can zoom in if you want to, and then you can drag to reposition the photograph. Okay. I actually think it looks a little better showing more of the suit in this one. I think that's a nicer shot. What I always try and do is just get a clean line out of the image into the so I'm just going to zoom in a touch more, 1.2, clean line out of the image, boom, boom, boom. There we go. I think that's absolutely perfect. So you can muck about with that until you're happy. Now there are some filters you can put on here. I'm not going to go into these. You can muck about with them if you want to, and you can edit the photograph and do what you like. But I'm just going to save the photograph. So now when I click on Save Photo, you'll notice that LinkedIn now puts the photograph into the correct place. And also you'll notice just then that this green bar started to work its way along here, okay? Because this window here is the window that's going to get us to this all-star profile that we're looking to get to, okay? Now, when you get to the intermediate levels, you get more things in LinkedIn, but when you get to the all-star level, all sorts of nice stuff starts to happen. So you really want to get to an all-star profile. And that's the first step. And obviously that's moved us along a little bit. Now, the second thing we need to do is we need to put our banner into here. So again, we're going to click on this little photograph icon up here. We're going to edit the profile background. And we're going to go and find our image. Okay. And there we are. It's LinkedIn banner. Excellent. And we're now going to click on open, and We can position that how we want. We can't position it because it's exactly the size. Canva created that, and you can see now. This is something in graphic design we call the rule of nines. You can see now that this text is actually fitted almost correctly, and I think that's probably just my graphic design eye, correctly fitted to the middle thirds. Okay, and it's the top 2/3 in the middle of the 9 that catches the attention of the eye. Again, you learn this stuff as you do graphic design over the years. So I'm going to click apply. I'm not going to muck about with it. It's all good to go, and that is now going to come into. And already you can see that this is all beginning to look like a really, really professional looking profile. And anyone landing on this would know immediately, if this was your profile, immediately what you do, because it says here, professional network marketer. Okay. So that's the first thing. So we've done our profile, we've done our banner, that's all good. And we're moving our little all-star line along. So the next thing we need to do is, it says here, Robert Ray, managing partner, gives a location, England, blah, blah, blah. And we'll come on to the connections in a minute. What we actually need to do now is we need to give people a bit more information, a bit of a headline about us, because whilst this says what we do, this doesn't give us any exciting information about who this person is, if it's us. And it's this top box here. I don't know if you can see this top box. This is the box. I'm just going to click these, get rid of these messages here. There we go. It's this top box that actually almost is the decision maker for people. They look at that top box, they read what's in there, they look at the picture, look at the profile, and they go, yes or no, I want to connect with this person because this person looks excellently professional. Okay. So there's a little pencil icon here, and if we click this pencil icon, then what can happen is we can edit the information that is shown on this page. And the first thing we want to do is we want to edit the headline. Okay, we want to take out managing partner. We want to put something else in there. Now at this stage, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a little trick that the wonderful Gunnar Habit showed me. Okay. To make it kind of stand out a little bit. I'm actually just going to nip over to my Telegram account and I'm going to put an icon in. Let me just get a message again. And I want to go to my emoji and I want star. There it is. So you see, I put a star in my chat. I'm going to highlight it and I'm going to copy it and then I'm going to come back to my LinkedIn account. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put professional network marketer. Okay, then I'm going to put a space and now I'm going to paste in my little star. Isn't that fabulous? Thank you, Gunnar. Appreciate that one. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put online business owner. I'm going to put my little star in. And then I'm going to put in team builder. Put my little star in. I'm going to put in online mentor, because if you're building a team, you are an online mentor to your team. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm giving all the reasons to somebody reading this that to think, hey, you know, if I join with this person, they've got all the right sort of qualifications, all the right sort of bits and pieces that I need. I'm going to put another little star in my little box here. You can put in, if you want, Forex enthusiast. That's people joining the room again. Enthusiast. Okay. Then what I always encourage putting just something a little bit personal about you. Something like world traveler and traveler, isn't it? There we go. Can't spell. And in my case, for example, mad about guitars. There we go. So
what you've done there is you've got a little bit of, you've got mainly business stuff, but you've humanized it. The person read it goes, oh, this person's not a stiff, boring person. This person's got a bit of humor about them. I've got a guy in his personal thing. He put this, and it did make me laugh. He put trainee astronaut. Just thought it was hilarious, And I said, why did you put that? He said, because one thing I want to do, one of my bucket list things is I want to go into space. So he just put, I'm training astronaut. I thought it was hilarious. So you can, have a bit of fun with it. Okay. So now what we can do is we can click save on this. And now you can see we've got some information here. Now how much better this is looking to the person who's landing on the page. Okay. Because we're now telling them a little bit about us. All right. So that's great. So we've done everything there that we can do, and that's looking great. Now what we want to do is we want to start working on this all-star profile thing down here. Okay. So the next question it's asking is when did you start work at self-employed? Well, what we're going to do here is we're going to click add work dates. Now, if it was me doing this, I would say I started in April of 2020, and I still currently work here. Okay. And it's important to leave that box unchecked. Just, I currently work here, leave that box unchecked. Because I started working CashFX in 2020. So I'm now going to add this to the profile. Now watch what happens when I add this to the profile. You'll see this green bar move along because or you may not, it may ask us another question. And we click done, and there you go. The green bar has now moved along, and we've achieved the intermediate profile level that LinkedIn offers us. Okay, so we've got that, we're great. So that's now moved along another bar. Okay, so which university or school did you attend? Well, I just put does not apply because I don't think it's relevant, to be fair. Now this is, and again, you see that and LinkedIn doesn't bother that you don't want to put your education in. It just says, okay, yeah, I get you don't want to put your education in. I'll move you along. Okay, so we're now getting, it's exciting because we're getting towards this all-star thing. I love it. I actually love doing this. I think it's great fun. Okay, now add 5 skills to showcase what you are great at. So here we go. We're going to add 5 skills. Now, at the moment, we've got no skills on our profile. So what we're going to do is we're going to click here. It says add another skill. So the first ones that I put in is network marketing. Oops, network marketing, and I click that. Okay, and then as you can see now, we've got network marketing is ticked. So that means it's going to be on our profile. So now what I'm going to do is add multi level marketing. There we go. And now that's on the list. And now I'm going to add in mentoring. And now what I'm going to do is add another skill. I'm going to put in team leadership. I'm going to put in entrepreneurship. Now, these skills are all the things, when people look at your skills, you're telling them, these are all the things that I'm good at. And obviously, if somebody's looking to join your network marketing business, they need to know you're good at network marketing, multi-level marketing, entrepreneurship, team building, leadership, all that sort of stuff that they're going to be looking at with you. So if we do online training, I think that might be, let's just have a look. Online training. No, can't do that. Let's do online marketing, if you like. Online business, I don't think that's in, I don't know. Business. You can do small business online marketing, that might work. So what you've got is a few skills there that will show on your profile, and we're not going to cover it in this session, but getting your friends on LinkedIn to endorse you for these skills makes you rank higher when people are looking for people to do network marketing. and you want to come up in the search high. Okay. So we're going to click add to profile. I might actually do a training session on the endorsements another time. So now we've got more than 5 skills and endorsements on our timeline. So now we're going to click done. Okay. And we've done that. So we clicked next. Okay. Add a summary. So the summary will go on your profile here. Now, I'm going to click add summary. I've actually got a sort of template summary, and I will provide it, for with the training files. So I can sort of cut and paste these things here. I'm going to cut and paste it in so you can see it. And basically, this is actually quite vanilla. It's quite generic, and it kind of applies to everyone because I wrote it that way. So it says, "Hi, I'm Robert," because obviously I'm Robert from the UK, and then basically you can edit. The only other thing you need to actually do is edit the link here. And do you remember we created a Calendly link earlier, which was http. bit.ly raise bizop. Do you remember that? That's the link we created in Calendly, and that will take anyone looking at this to our booking for the webinar. And it says, look, find out more, please take a look at our short overview here. And then we'll get to know that person because they've booked through the system, and we will get to see that they've done that. So again, this script will be supplied. You can actually just cut and paste it as I've done, because it's very, very, very generic. Okay. So we're going to click add to profile. And what we're going to do now is we're going to refresh the screen. Okay. And we're going to see what happens. We're going to click not now because we don't want to add a past position. And we should see now, there we are. Can you see? We are now an all-star profile. In other words, we've done enough things for LinkedIn to say to us, you're good to go. Good to go. All right. Now, the other thing is, one of the other things I always put on here is activity. Okay. Now, a lot of people post on Facebook every day or every other day or whatever it is. I'm very lucky. My wife, the lovely Tracy, she does all my social posting for me. She's very good at it. And we post out every day. We put some content of value on every day. And we don't always talk about the business. We don't always talk about CashFX. A lot of the time we talk about Bitcoin and what it's doing in a positive way. We never report on anything negative. We never put anything negative on either our Facebook profiles or our LinkedIn profiles. In fact, I will say this to you, and and you may want to take a look at your profiles after this. So on my Facebook profile, I never ever put. In fact, why don't I just show you? It's just easier. In fact, I'll go to shift and show you. It's easier. Let me do that. There we go. Facebook. There we go. I can't see the other stuff. Right, here's my Facebook profile. It should be my Facebook profile. Come on, there we go. And I click on Ray. There we are. So this is my Facebook profile. And the first thing people do on Facebook, they check you out. So what I want people to see when they land on my Facebook profile is I want them to see results, social proof, which is why we take screenshots of our meetings and we push them out and say, hey, we had a great meeting. Because when somebody's looking to join your business, if they can see this many people on your team call, they're going, oh, I had a team call last night. There was 5 people on it. There's obviously something happening over here. That's social proof. Okay. Bit of an article about Bitcoin, more results, more success and results, more results. Article about Bitcoin, success in the team, success, results, upgrades, success, good story about Bitcoin, success, more Bitcoin, success, team success. You get the picture, okay? There is nothing, absolutely nothing on my Facebook profile, on my LinkedIn profile that is religious or political or my opinion or racist or sexist or anything that can create a controversy or anything that will allow somebody to put a negative comment on. This is so important. I learned this off a guy who understands Facebook and social media to a degree that is way beyond me. I only ever put things on my Facebook profile that are about success, positivity, market news, positive market news, team growth, team results. I put personal things on now and again about my dog and how funny he is, but I do that, every now and again. It's, I balance it out because you can't be all work and no play. I went out for a meal last night with some of my team. That's going on my Facebook profile to show that I'm a real human being, that I do have a life. But nothing. I don't put silliness on there. I don't put jokes on there. I don't put nonsense on there. I don't put what kind of a potato are you on there. I only talk about my personal life in a nice way. Nothing controversial. Nothing that anyone can put a negative comment or disagree with. It's just all good. Now, you may want to look at your profiles after this and go, maybe I need to change my profile. Maybe I need to change, because you have to understand that your Facebook profile is a weapon that you can use for your own advantage. It's just how you load the gun, basically. And it's the same with LinkedIn. It's a weapon you can use for your own advantage. It's just how you load the gun as to whether you'll hit the target and get what you want. So one of the things that I do, and, there are people in your team that are leaders. I'm sure there's upline to you that are posting out on YouTube and social media. And the best way to create social media content is find somebody you like and copy theirs. I'll repeat that. The best way to create your own social media content is find somebody you like and copy theirs. For example, in my team will tell you everything I put on my LinkedIn profile and everything I put on my Facebook profile is open for them to steal and change the link on it and put it out. That's the reason I do my Facebook profile the way I do, because I want my team to be able to come and go, I haven't got to think about creating content, I'll just nick Ray's. And I'll then change the link, put my link on it and put it out. And believe me, tons of people in my team do that, and I am ecstatic that they do that, because all we're doing is just reinforcing the message all over the social platforms. Okay, so it's the same on LinkedIn. Okay, now what I did previously, so actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my Facebook profile. I'm going to nick a post. All right, so I'm just going to let me just go up here. Let me just nick a post off of here. Let's go here. Right. No, I'm not going to do that. Let's get something. I'm going to nick this one here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the text, go back to LinkedIn, because I want to get some content on here. Okay. Now you'll notice down here it says start a post, and that's what I want to do. So the first thing I want to do is I want to start a post. So I've nicked the text. I'm going to put it over here, put some spaces in. And I'm going to change that to the bit.ly link that we created earlier, which was Raise Biz Op. Okay, I'm going to change that, and I'm now going to go back to my Facebook profile, and I'm going to save that image as my desktop. I'm going to call it safe image, but I'm just going to call it A1. It'll make it easier to find. Go back to my LinkedIn. I'm going to add the image. I'll call it A1. There it is, A1, and click it in there. Again, don't ask me how to do posts on LinkedIn. There are millions of videos on YouTube on how to do this. Okay. So there's my little post. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to post it onto my timeline. So you're unable to post this time. I don't know why that is. That's very strange. I don't know why they can't post that. Anyway, that's how you post. Oh, maybe it's going to do it. I don't know. There we go. Done it this time. Post successful. So if I refresh this page now, okay, you'll see that the post is showing here. And what this will do is it will show up to 4 of your latest posts in this little window here. Because the second thing that people do when they land on your profile and they've checked you out is they want to see what you're talking about. So they go and check, they click on this here and they see all your activity because they want to know what you're talking about. They want to see the sorts of things you're talking about. They're trying to find out if they want to connect with you and want to work with you. So give them the opportunity to do that. Create some content. Don't post anything controversial, racist, religious, political, sexist. Keep it clean, neutral, happy, positive, and you'll have an amazing profile. Okay? I never put anything negative on my profile. I never moan about anything. I never complain about anything. I never express my political, racist, or religious views. I'm not racist. Can't be. I've got half Indian brothers and sisters. But I never express my views on anything because they're just my opinions. They don't matter to anyone else. But the minute you put those into the social spaces, bang, you're inviting people to comment negatively if they disagree with you. So don't create that atmosphere. You don't need it. Just create stuff that's positive. They can't create negative comments on. So now I've got some activity. Boom, boom, boom. So this profile is becoming really, really, really good. We've now got our all-star profile, which is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. All right. So anyone now looking to do some business with me or get me into their network marketing business, they're looking at this and going, this is great. Okay. Now, bear in mind, when somebody's looking at the profile, they don't see this blue box here. Only you can see that. They don't see that. Now, one final little thing you should do, all right, and I'm going to explain why you need to do this in a minute. But one final little thing you should do is edit your public profile and URL on LinkedIn. And the reason that you should do that is because at the moment, your LinkedIn URL is on this one, Robert-Ray 24268, and nobody's going to remember that. Okay. So what I do here is I put in here things like multi-level marketer. Okay. And I save it. So that's cool. So what we do is we go back to our profile on LinkedIn. I don't know where to go back now. Let's go back here somewhere. I click on me. There we go. View profile. There we are. So now, if you look in the URL above here, instead of having a number, it says Robert Ray, multi-level marketer. Now, when people are searching in LinkedIn, and we're going to look at this a bit later, the fact that you've got the words multi-level marketer in your URL, and the first thing you've got network marketer here, and online business here, when people are searching for these phrases, it means it's going to elevate you higher up in the search results. And just like Google, people choose the first 3 or 4 results when they're looking for things. Everything in the world is a search engine. And once you realize that everything is a search engine, but they're search engine for different things, you begin to view them differently and learn to get yourself higher up in the search. YouTube is a search engine for videos, as is Vimeo. Twitter is a search engine for short little business comments and headlines to stories. Facebook is a search for people you might know, a search engine for people you might know, you might not know. LinkedIn is a search engine for people you want to do business with. TikTok is a search engine for people who should know better. Instagram is a search engine for people who just really like putting pictures out and things. Everything's a search engine. Everything. And that's why everything has a search box right at the top. They're all search engines, okay? So once you understand that everything's a search engine, you gear your profile to respond to people's searches. And this profile is now geared to people's searches. We have lots of the keywords in, like multi-level marketer, network marketer, and again, down on the profile, down at the bottom, we have multi-level marketing, network marketing, mentoring, entrepreneurship, team leadership, small business online marketing. Okay, and if we look at the interests, we can see my interests are direct selling professionals, multi-level, networkers hub, Tony Robbins, Simon Sinek, etc., etc. So people can see that if you cut Robert Ray open and look down, it's like a stick of rock. It says network marketer all the way through. So anyone coming to this profile will understand what the guy is. So what I want to touch upon now is I want to talk about connections in LinkedIn, because we're getting to the point now we're going to start building. Now we've got our profile, right? So, we've got our Calendly set up, and we're putting our links in different places to get people booked in through Calendly. Now we've got our images done in Canva. We've got our profile set up in LinkedIn. Okay. We're getting through the setup stages. Now we're getting to the point where we're going to start beginning the marketing side. We're going to start building our network business on LinkedIn. So the one thing that you want in LinkedIn is connections. Okay. Now, LinkedIn works completely differently to any other network that you may be involved in. Facebook works a little bit like this, but LinkedIn takes this to the nth degree. Facebook is what's called an OGN. It's an organic growth network. Okay. In other words, it's peer-to-peer growth. What do I mean by that? Well, when I signed this profile up, I was connected to nobody. I had no friends on LinkedIn on this profile. I was a Billy No Mates, as we say in England. So if I wanted to search for anyone, okay, I would struggle to get results. So here, for example, what I'm going to do is I'm going to search for network marketer. Okay, I'm going to search for network marketer. Okay, and it comes up with some network marketers. And what I want to do is I'm only interested in people. Okay? I'm not interested in companies or schools or courses and events. So there's these buttons up here. These are filters. Okay. So I went network marketer, I pressed search, and this came up. So, but I'm only interested in people. I want to talk to people. And now you can see that it comes up and I can connect to people. Okay. There's a button here that says connect, which means that I can connect to this person. All right. And if I look through these pages, I can see that I can connect. Now, you'll notice now and again that there's a person that does not have a connect button next to them. And this is where I'm explaining how connections work. The reason that this person doesn't have a connect button on their profile available to me is because I'm not connected to anyone that is connected to her. I'll explain that again. I'm not connected to anyone that is connected to her. So let's look at it this way, for example. We all know John Kinnear, love him to bits. And we all know Richard Maud, love him to bits. Okay? At the moment, let's say, for example, in LinkedIn, I'm not connected to Richard. And I search for network marketer, and John Kinnear comes up. And I'm not connected to John either. In that instance, LinkedIn will not give me the ability to connect to John, because I'm not connected to somebody who is connected to him. And LinkedIn therefore says, well, you've got no right to contact these people because you're not connected in any way, shape or form to those people. Okay? But LinkedIn works on the rule of 3 degrees of separation. They accept that if I know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows the person I'm trying to connect to, I can get to that person through LinkedIn. Okay? if I don't know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, I'm never going to get to that person. And so the thing is, the more you connect to people in LinkedIn, the more people you'll be able to connect to. So if you've got no connections in LinkedIn, you can't connect to anyone. If you're connected to somebody who's got 100 connections themselves, you can now reach that 100 people. If each of those people have got 100 people, you've now got 100 times 100 plus 100 people you can get, which I think it's 10,000. 100 times 100, about 10,000. So now you can reach 10,000 people in LinkedIn. So the more people you can connect to, it's a bit like network marketing. The more people you connect to, the more people you can connect to. Connect to people, connect to more people. So connections in LinkedIn are king. So at the moment, you can see that I've got, if I go back to my profile, I've got 1 connection. Boom. Okay. And LinkedIn has this kind of cut-off point. They once you get to about 500 connections and you've done everything else that they want and you've played the game correctly, LinkedIn, because at first they watch you like a hawk because you're new to them. They're watching your every action. They want to see who you are, what you're doing. As you grow your business connections in LinkedIn and you work with LinkedIn and you do things correctly, they get more and more, they sort of back off a bit and they let you crack on and get on with it. Okay. Because they go, well, this person's running their account correctly. So I've got 1 connection. Now my connection, if I go to my network up the top here, you can see that my 1 connection is with a guy called Guy Profits, okay, which is actually another one of my profiles. If I go back to my network, for example, there's a gentleman here called Mick. Mick's on the call today. He's in my team. And you can actually see, it's quite interesting. You can begin to see what Mick is doing here. Look, online marketing specialist, professional network marketer. So I'm going to accept Mick's connection because Mick has reached out to me and said, I want to connect. Or immediately I can go and check out Mick and see what he looks like. So I'm going to click on Mick's name here. Let's have a look. Here we go, guys. Look, he's got a nice profile picture. He's got a nice background. Got an interesting headline with a URL in it. He's used the information that we've given him. He's set his business name up as a revolutionary new way to create cash flow. He's got some highlights going on. He's got a profile. He's got a summary set up. He's got some activity. Mick's done it right, and he's getting endorsed by people on his skills. I've endorsed him and done a recommendation, and we can see what he's interested in, you know. And Mick has created more than 500 connections. So now that I'm connected with Mick on my profile, and now you'll see that I've got 2 connections. If I refresh my page, it will say 2 connections. It's a weird thing about LinkedIn. There we go. And I can now see that my 2 connections are Guy Profits and Mick. So now when I do my search for network marketer, I will be able to reach more people. Okay. See all people results. And I will now have a bigger pool of people to reach because now I can reach the people that Mick knows as well and the people that they know. Okay. So connections are everything. The more connections you can make, the better off you are. All right. Now, LinkedIn limits you to the 1st and 2nd level connections of people you know. All right. So the 1st level connections are the people you're already connected to. The 2nd level are the people they know, and the 3rd level and beyond are the people that they know that they're connected to. Okay. Excuse me while I have a sip of orange juice. Now, you'll notice up here connections, and if we drop that down, we've got 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and show results. Now, one of the ways that we create and grow our network in LinkedIn is what we do is we search for people who are like-minded people, okay? And we go and find them in LinkedIn and say to them, hey, I would love to connect with you. Okay, and this is where we're getting into this defining your target audience. And there's two ways that we use to target audience. Okay, there's two methods that we use, and I'm going to go into both of them now. The first way is that we use a search up here, and there's a few ways that we can search for people. So we can put in things like network marketer, okay, and we can then connect to these people, all right? And I'm going to talk about limitations and speed and everything in a minute, but at the moment I'm focusing on how we find the right people. So search is one way. There's a few ways to do search. We can type in things like network marketer. We can type in multi-level marketer. I don't think that will get as many results, but we'll see. Let's have a look. So multi-level marketer, and I'll press enter. Okay. And again, so here you can see multi-level marketer, but I'm not connected to anyone that can connect me to these people here that are network marketers. If I go to the next page, let's see what we've got here. Again, I'm not connected to anyone that can connect me to these people. I can't reach them. So we can type in, and the reason these people are coming up is because when we type in multi-level marketer, right, because they've got that in their little headline, you know, the one with the stars in that we put in, that's put them up here in the search, right at the top of the search. Okay, so if I put in, for example, network marketing professional, press enter. Now you can see all the people that have got network marketing professional in their LinkedIn headline are coming up. Okay, so that's one way we can search for people. We can look for what they're effectively putting in their headlines, that whether they're telling us that they're a network marketer or they're a network marketing professional or a multi-level marketer. Online business owner is another good one you can use. So think about that, be creative, but keep it very, very on target. Don't go looking for people who sell, you know, flowers or elephants or whatever it is they do. Look for people, online business, online entrepreneur, network marketer, multi-level marketer, direct selling distributor, MLM distributor, you know, authorized distributor. That's a bit of a wilder one. And use those search phrases to find individuals in LinkedIn that you can connect to. So we're targeting down into those audiences. That's the first thing. Now, the second way you can use search is, and I do this a lot, I go and find a company, right? So for example, we all know recently that Tradera went to the wall, okay? I knew it was going to happen from the day they started because I just saw it for what it was, and it happened, okay? Carrot Bars, believe it or not, has recently gone to the wall. The owner of the company has jumped out of it, changed the name of the company into something else, blah, blah, blah. There's a load of rubbish going on around that. So there's a lot of people in Carrot Bars at the moment, you know, who've lost their incomes and are looking to replace it. So one of the things that I do regularly is I go searching on Google for failed MLM companies, because if a failed MLM company has failed, guess what all the people in that company are looking to do? Yeah, replace income. So your invitation might be very timely. It might come just at the right time if you reach out to those people and say, hey, I've got something interesting. Let me show it to you. Okay. So one of the things I do, so let's go to Carrot Bars, for example. Let's search for that. And let's go there, Carrot Bars. And I'm not looking for brilliant. Connect to some of these people in Carrot Bars, okay, which is great. But here's a little trick that I do, and you can only do it when you're searching for companies, because sometimes I want to search for more than one company. Okay. Now at the moment I've got about 3,400 results that are people I can talk to, but sometimes I want to talk to more than one company, and we can use something called a Boolean search. Go and Google what that means. I'm not going to explain it here. A Boolean search. So what I'm going to do, instead of just typing Carrot Bars, I'm going to put the word carrot bars in speech marks, okay? And then I'm going to put in capital letters, I'm going to put the words or and then another space. And so you can see I've got a space, capital letter, or, and then I'm going to put in trade error. Then I'm going to put in or, I don't know, another company that went down recently, Burax, okay? So now, instead of getting results from just one company name, I can get results from 3 company names. And the maximum is 5 in a Boolean on search on LinkedIn. I'll repeat that. The maximum is 5 in Boolean in search on LinkedIn, okay? So I could do up to 5 companies. So I'm going to press enter on that, and immediately you can see that the results have gone up from 3,400 to 4,400, okay? And I can see that here, if I start going through the results here, you know, some of these people are going to be in carrot bars, trade error, because even though the trade error is gone, this guy hasn't, or this lady hasn't bothered to change her profile yet, okay? Because obviously she's not that bothered about it, but that gives us an opportunity to go to her and say, hey, I know you're in trade error, and I'm sorry to hear they've gone, and I've got something that might interest you, okay? You don't have to be rude or nasty about it. You just have to be, you know, willing to go and reach out to these people. So that's the second way you can search. And I use those 2 search methods quite heavily when I'm looking to reach out to people, okay? The third way you can search is quite unique, and I'm going to show you how it works. So just in the same way that Facebook has groups, LinkedIn has groups about different things. And if you type in multi-level marketing, so multi-level marketing, okay, let's put the rest of it in, multi-level marketing, and press enter. You'll see up here, I can look down here, and instead of looking for people, I can look for groups. So I'm going to select that, and now I've got a list of groups that I can become a member of that are all about the subject that I'm interested in. Now, here's the thing. Excuse me. Let's just take a look at this one. This group has 13,000 members in it. Just think about that. 13,000 members. And they're all interested in multi-level marketing. Do you think this is target audience? Because I'm telling you, the only people I ever talk to about CashFX are network marketers who are already in another business. Most of my team have come from another business. And there's a reason that I only talk to network marketers. In fact, there's 2 reasons. It's because they don't, I don't have to deal with 2 statements. And the 2 statements I don't have to deal with when I'm dealing with network marketers, statement 1 goes, is it one of those pyramid things? And statement 2 goes, is it one of those Ponzi's? Network marketers who are in network marketing don't ask those questions. You just don't. So I don't have to deal with them. In the whole time that I've been in CashFX, using this system, targeting these people, I've never once had to answer either of those 2 questions. And because people are in network marketing in LinkedIn, the fact that they're in one thing doesn't necessarily mean they wouldn't look at CashFX. Because we know that most people in network marketing don't earn any money. And they don't earn any money because poor support, poor leadership, poor training, whatever it is, there might be a myriad of reasons. Generally, they don't earn any money. So they join the network marketing companies, they pay their money, they're paying their monthly. And then I rock up and say, hey, how you doing? How's your network marketing business doing? They go, oh, it's not very good. I go, I've got something that might interest you, which is a really low startup cost, no monthly, and everybody earns money from week 1. Would that be of interest to you? Now, if you're a network marketer in a business that you've been in for 3 or 4 months and not earned any money, and it was costing you money every month, and I came along and said, I've got something that's a very low cost startup cost, no monthly, and where everyone earns from week one, how interested do you think you'd be? 85% of the people in network marketing on LinkedIn are going to be interested because they're probably not earning much money, or if any money. So the fact that they're network marketers doesn't mean anything. It's not a barrier to entry. So don't view it as one, because it isn't. Okay. And there's 13,000 people in here. There's 11,000 people in this group, 17,000 people in this group, and so on and so forth. So if you imagine 11, 28, 38, there's 40,000 people there you can go and talk to. Okay. So what you want to do is you want to join some of these groups. I'm just going to go to page 2 because I've already joined some of these groups. And let's say I wanted to join, I don't know, let's say I wanted to join this one just out of interest. What I would do is I would click on it and I would do a request to join. Okay. And then there's related groups, multi-level marketing. Well, let's go for that one as well. I've already got a request in to join that one, so I'll leave that one as it is. Let's say I wanted to target this group of 89 people. I'd go request to join. And then when you've joined, if you look at your network up here, you'll see here, this shows you the groups that you've been accepted into. So I did this yesterday, and since yesterday, I've been admitted to the Direct Selling Professionals group and the Networkers Hub. So let me show you how you can reach everyone in that group. If you click in that group, okay, and you click over here on see all when the group loads up, because I'm a member of this group, I can now message these people. I could say, I want to, look at this person. Here we go. Let's say I want to message this person. I can write a message to this person. I've now got access, because I'm a member of this group, I've now got access to 11,369 people who are interested in what I have to offer. So don't tell me you're going to run out of people on LinkedIn, because in 2 minutes I'll show you that you ain't. You're just not. Okay? So those are the 3 methods that I use to target people on LinkedIn. Okay? But I take it even further. Because you want to narrow down, and give yourself the absolute best chance of success when talking to these people. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my profile and show you how I target down even further. Okay. So let's say I'm looking for network marketers. Yeah. Let's go there again. Network marketers. And I'm going to click on people because I only want to talk to people. What I don't want to do is I don't want to talk to people that I'm already. Okay. I do not want to talk to people who are already connected to me. Okay. I only want to talk to the people who are connected to the people I'm connected to. So I tick that box. And I only want to talk to the people that they're connected to, because I'm already connected to these people. I'm already talking to them. So now I'm going to click show results. I've only got 121,000 people to talk to. That would take me a month of Sundays. It'd take me a year at least to talk to all of those people. So don't tell me you're going to run out of people to talk to, because you're not. However, and I want you to think about this. I speak English because I'm an Englishman. And there are a number of countries throughout the world where English is the primary language. And as I've often trained, the Buddha said, take the path of least resistance. Okay? So here's the thing. If I find a network marketer who is, for example, in Kazakhstan, who only speaks Kazakh, how difficult do you think it's going to be for me to A, communicate with that person, and B, show them a business presentation. It's not going to work, is it? Because there's a language barrier. So when I'm looking for network marketers, I want to make sure that really I'm only speaking to people in English-speaking countries. So what I do is I drop the locations tab down and I tick, for example, the United Kingdom box. I tick the Nigeria box. If you don't know, Nigeria, the primary language is English, okay? And then what I do is I click in the add a location box and I put in, for example, Australia, okay? And then what I'll do is I'll put in New Zealand because they speak English. Then what I'll do is I'll put in things like South Africa because they speak English. Then I'll put in Kenya because they speak English. Then I'll put in Ireland because they speak English, sort of. And I'm half Irish, so I can get away with that. Singapore, the natural language of Singapore is English. So here we have a bunch of countries, and there are some more. For example, Barbados is a country. The Bahamas is a country where they speak English. Jamaica, they speak English. You know, so there's a bunch of Caribbean islands where they speak English. So now what I can do is I can show results. And currently you can see 121,000 results. Now when I click show results, we're down to 28,000. But these 28,000 people speak English. There's going to be zero language barrier for me in talking to these people, okay? So that's how I target down in LinkedIn and get to the people that I want to talk to and make sure that I'm going to have no language barriers. I'm taking the path of least resistance. And as you can see now, Joburg, Nelspruit, wherever that is, I don't know where that is, Bicester, which is in England, Bloemfontein, South Africa, Melbourne, Western Cape, South Africa, Nigeria, Joburg. Okay, great. I've now got people that I can really talk to. They're all network marketers. They're all in English-speaking countries. They're all second and third level away from me. So by using these simple tools that LinkedIn provide, we can narrow down and narrow down and narrow down to get to what I call premium target audience, PTA, premium target audience. These are people that are very likely to respond to the offer I'm going to make to them. All right. So we're getting towards the end of the training now. A little bit more to go. I'm grateful that you've borne with me. So I'm going to power through this last little bit now as quickly as I can, because I know you're all itching to get off this call and go and start sorting your LinkedIn profiles out and start getting marketing with the Power Build system. So we're getting down to the nitty gritty now, and this is where it's going to get exciting. So, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, the Power Build system is presided upon a simple 3-script system. We use 3 simple scripts to talk to people. Okay, so what we do is, first of all, we target down, we narrow down our research, we go, right, okay, these are the people I want to talk to. What we have to do, so let me explain this. In LinkedIn, if you want to talk to somebody who you are not connected to, LinkedIn will want you to be a paid member. Now, I've been on LinkedIn about 10 years. I've never paid them a penny. Don't want to pay them any money. Okay? I personally think social networks should be free. So, however, if you connect to somebody and they accept your connection, you can talk to them all day long for free. You don't need to pay LinkedIn. Okay? So the first trick is make the connection. In other words, become friends with this person on LinkedIn. It's the same as becoming a friend on Facebook. Once you've been connected to them, once you're friends with them on LinkedIn, you can talk to them forever with no cost. Okay? No limitations. So I'm going to pick this person here, Thandakazi Onraba Baliso, and I'm going to click this connect button up here. Okay, and this comes up, this little box here, and I've got my scripts ready to go here. Bear with me. Where's my scripts gone? Okay, yeah. In fact, what I want to do is I just want to quickly show you the scripts and talk you through the scripts. So let me just go up here. I'm going to just close that for a minute. There we are. I'm going to get to my Word documents. I'll just go this way. It's easier to do this. There we go. So I've got my 3 scripts set up. So the first script is very, very simple. Remember, we spoke about this. It's, hi, I hope you're safe and well despite COVID-19. I saw your profile, saw that we appear to have some mutual connections on LinkedIn, which is true. And I was interested to connect with you. I hope to connect with you soon. And obviously, I'm going to put the name, whatever your name is, you put it there. I'm going to put Robert because this bloke's Robert. Okay. So what I'm going to do, and again, these scripts will be made available to you. I'm going to copy that script. And I'm going to go back to my LinkedIn profile here. It says pending because I came out of the connection request. So we'll let that one go. I'm just going to move on to this person here. Connect. Okay. Now, I know that we've got a mutual connection because this person is connected to Mick Worth. Okay, shared connection. So this time I'm going to click add a note. Okay, this box comes up and all I'm going to do now is paste in my little script. There it is. You can see the script. It's very short, it's very sweet. And now I'm going to click send. So now I have a pending request. Okay. Now let's talk about something that is the biggest killer of people who adopt this system. This is where 99% of them fall down. And I need to drive what I'm about to say home so that you don't fall into the trap. A lot of people get onto this page, they get their script and they go connect, paste, send, 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 connect, state, spend. And then LinkedIn goes, you look like a robot to me. You're blocked. Because LinkedIn has got algorithms that detect unhuman behavior. And if they even think you look like a robot or a bot or a piece of software doing the job, they'll put the mockers on you. They'll put the block on you and go, you need to slow down, fella. Okay? So here's the golden rule. When you're doing this, behave like a human being would behave. Okay? So don't go connect, add note, send, connect, add note, send, connect, add note, send, connect, add note, send. Don't do that because you will get blocked and stopped. And if you do it too many times, they'll just delete your account. And all that work you've put in will be gone. All right? So what I tend to do is this. When I'm starting off on a new profile, I do no more than 10 connections every day. No more than 10. I generally do 3 or 4 in the morning, a couple at lunchtime, and 2 or 3 in the evening. Because that's humanistic behavior. And I'm leaving enough time between connections so that they don't think I'm a human being. Don't think I'm a robot. So, for example, here, I've done 3 connections, and I've left 2 or 3 minutes between each connection. So now I'm going to do the next connection. There you go, connect. I'm going to add the note. I'm going to paste it in and send it. So now I've got 3 pending connections. And I've done that over the last 10 or 12 minutes. So that's human. LinkedIn won't be bothered by that. They go, oh, that's a fair place. You know, it's not killing us. Because the thing that they're trying to protect against is loads and loads of spam bots killing their servers with overload. You can see why they do it. They see why they block you. I get it. I understand it. I would do the same if I owned LinkedIn. So what I would do now is I would do my 2 or 3 in the morning, carry on with the rest of my day, do 2 or 3 at lunchtime and 2 or 3 in the evening. Just do 10 a day. But pace it. Slow everything down. Everything you do in LinkedIn, I can't stress this enough. Everything you do in LinkedIn is being tracked, monitored, and watched. And if anything you do resembles the behavior of a robot, you are gone. You are locked down. So if you take this method on board and you go off and behave like a blinking robot, and then you get locked out, you come complaining to me or Richard saying, I got locked out of my LinkedIn account, I'm just going to go, you need to go and watch this video. Because we did tell you, we did give you fair and ample warning that if you behave like a robot, they're going to shut you down. I can't stress it enough. I think I've said it enough times now that the message should be at home in your mind. Don't behave like a robot. So the key phrase you need to remember is this: slow down. Just slow down. Better to build slowly and steadily than build a wall quickly and have them come bulldoze it for you. Build it slowly, build it steady, build it strong. Just slow down. Take a minute or so between each action, 30 seconds between each action. Don't go, connect, add note, paste. Just go connect, do a couple of other things, add note, a couple of other things, paste, a couple of other things. Behave like a human being. Okay? Slow down. And you won't get blocked or trapped out by LinkedIn. Okay? So that's how you make that first connection, the first of the 3 scripts. Okay? So what do we do with the second script? Okay? So let's go back to our scripts. So there's the first script. Nice and short, nice and sweet. Let's look at the second script. Okay? So this is the connect script. Remember we saw connect, pitch, and invite. This is the third script, the second script. This is the pitch. And so I'm just going to go through it. It says, hi, thanks for connecting. So this is once they accept your connection. Okay? Well, I'm going to demonstrate this in a minute. Okay? Once they accept your connection, it says, hi, thanks for connecting. Be interested to learn what you do. In the meantime, this is what I do. I started with a new company which is producing some amazing results very quickly for hundreds of thousands of ordinary people, which is very true. CashFX is doing that. I've never seen a company or plan as good as this. Let me share the headlines with you. Small one-time entry cost, no monthly auto ship, make money if you do nothing, which is true. People can make money in week 1 without them doing anything. 0 attrition. True. I don't have any attrition in my business. Daily, weekly, fortnightly payouts. That's all true. 5 ways to get paid. In fact, that's not true. It's 7 ways to get paid. Only 200,000 people in the world know about it. Well, that's not true. There's actually nearly 300,000 people. Fast starts, paid time and time again, get paid when other gets paid. So all of this thing is very, very, people read that and it's that little 8, 9, 10 lines. Remember we spoke about sizzle earlier on. There's the sizzle. They're looking at that and going, my business doesn't do that. 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 Maybe I need to have a look at this. And then I put here, the thing that really staggers me with this is that even passive members get not 1, but 2 revenue streams from this. They do. They get the passive trading profits and they get the matrix income. Then we employ the famous Eric Worre, if I would you method. And this works a treat. If I was to send you to a leaders only call that we run, would you be open-minded enough to jump on to see what we have here? And it's almost, I do something here, it's called the if I would you with a reverse insult. Okay? I'm saying, if I was to send you an invitation to a leaders only call, which is the webinar, would you be open-minded enough to jump on and see what we have here? And most people read that and go, is he saying that I'm not open-minded? Because everyone gets all defensive about it. You go, is he saying that I'm not? I'll show him I'm open-minded. I'll go on the call. You won't believe how many times that's worked. It's quite interesting how that works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this message and I'm going to go and spam my good friend Mick. So basically I sent a request to Mick to connect with him. Mick accepted my request, okay, and now I've got a connection with Mick. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to send him the pitch. So here we go. I'm going to paste the message in. It says, thanks for connecting, blah, blah, blah. There's the pitch. I'm going to click send. Sorry, Mick, but you're going to get a pitch from me. One thing you'll notice and this is the hardest thing for people to get over. I do not engage in trivial conversation with anybody. People who've watched me work on LinkedIn are staggered about how little I engage with conversation. And there's a number of reasons for that. It's because A, I haven't got time, B, I'm not interested, C, I want to get you to the invitation as fast as I can. And you wouldn't believe how well it works. You can either spend your time having conversations with people that are eventually going to lead you into you answering questions or you looking at their business, or you can just pitch. You can connect, pitch, and invite. Connect, pitch, and invite. Connect, pitch, and invite. And hundreds of times people will say to me, oh, hi, thanks for connecting, yada, 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 yada. And I just ignore them completely. I utterly ignore them and just give them the pitch. I don't even respond to whatever it is they say. I just give them the pitch. Now, you might be sitting there saying, oh, well, that's rude and that and that and that. I don't care. I've got a massive team of people in CashFX using this system. I don't care. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing because it works. People in my team will tell you they'll keep doing this because it works. The people that don't engage in conversations and the people that pitch, connect, pitch, and invite are the people that are getting people on webinars, they're following up, and away they go. So don't waste your time. Get to the point. Get them to where you want to be. Don't engage in conversations, because I guarantee the minute you engage in a conversation with anyone, you're going to end up answering questions and you're going to end up giving a presentations. And that's the second thing I don't do. I never, ever answer a question on LinkedIn or any other social media platform. If somebody asks me a question, I immediately get back to them and say, hey, we've got this great video that explains everything. Here's a link. And it takes them to my Calendly booking and they book on. I've had people say to me 6 or 7 times, well, can you tell me the name of the company? I go, hey, I've got a great video that explains everything. Why don't you book on and everything will be explained and all will be revealed. And I've had one guy who said to me 11 times, I'm not going to look at it unless you tell me the name of the company. This is about 6 months ago. I am not going to look at this until you tell me the name of the company. And all I did was keep pasting the same message. Hey, we've got a great video. Everything will be revealed. Go and have a look. On the 12th time that he did that, he went and had a look, thought it was the best thing since sliced bread, joined my business, has got 70 odd people in his team now. 12 times he asked me a question. 12 times I gave him the same answer. Go and have a look at the video. Okay? Because I haven't got time to give presentations or answer questions online. I'm too busy. I'm too busy connecting, pitching, inviting. Okay? Taking action. Remember we said about taking action is the answer to everything. Take action. The more people you connect to, the more people you can pitch to. The more people you can pitch to, the more people you can invite. The more people you invite, the more people you'll get on the webinar. The more people you get on the webinar, the more people you can follow up. Okay? So my mentality is the more connecting I can do, the more pitching I can do, the more inviting I can do, the more follow-up I can do, the bigger I can build my team. I haven't got time for blinking conversations or answering questions. I don't do it. I refuse to do it. And you may think that's rude. I don't care. I've got a big team. This works. Trust me. And there are other people in my team doing it that will tell you the same thing. Okay? Now, very interestingly, my very good friend, Mick, is pretended to play the game with me, and he says, hey, Robert, this sounds interesting. Do you have a link for more info? You'd be surprised how many times I get that message, okay? Because that sizzle sells it to them. So now what I do is I go back to my scripts, and I'm going for script 3, okay? I'm just going to spell check my script here, because obviously I've got it wrong. High demand, comma, there we go. I'm going to put my little link in here because we know what my link is. I'm going to put Raise Biz Op. There we go. And I'm going to put Robert on here. Boom. So this is the invitation script. It says here, hi, thanks for asking for more information. We're on an online overview presentation throughout the day, which lasts about 20 minutes. Due to very high demand, we kindly ask that you register to confirm your seat on the webinar. The booking link is below. Book your spot here. Choose a time and date to go on our workshop, I should say, overview, on our overview webinar. You can call it what you like, okay? And sometimes I put in, oh yes, it's free. There we go. Because sometimes people think they might have to pay. I go, oh yes, it's free. Okay, get that objection out of the way. There's the link. Once you've had a look, I would like to set up a quick Zoom call with you to see what you like best, get your questions answered, and I show people my withdrawals, but you can say and get you started. This is a good line to put. Get you started earning money this week. I love that, because when people see that, they go, really? You go, yeah, I can get you started earning money this week, because you know that if you sign somebody up today, 3 days from now, they're going to be earning money. You know that. I know that. We all know that. Okay. So I've put earning twice there. We'll get rid of that. Delete repeated word. Okay. So my little invitation script is ready to go. Now, I'm going to copy
In
that.
his hand is the life of every creature and the breath
And
of
I'm
all
gonna paste that
mankind.
into my LinkedIn
Job
message
chapter
with Mick.
12 verse 10.
And there we go. So what I'm doing now is I'm inviting Mick to come and have a look at my presentation. Mick's on the call. So Mick, I'm going to kindly ask you to go and book on, please, if you would, through my Calendly while we're doing this, so that I can show the very good people how it works again. Okay. So you can see now that we've got this little 3-script system. Okay. Now, one of the things, if Mick was a prospect, one of the things that he would have done is he would have taken a look at my profile. He'd have gone and looked at my profile and gone, is this guy a network marketer? You know, is he the sort of guy I want to connect to? Network marketer, business owner, team builder, mentor, enthusiast, world traveler, training astronaut. Blimey. And then he'd have a look at my little summary, and he'd have a bit more of a read about me. Look at my activity, look at my skills, endorsements, and interests, and he'd go, yeah, this is a guy I can align to. He's in network marketing. I'm in network marketing. He's better than me. Maybe I should have a look at what this. Okay? It's a form of attraction marketing. Now, I suspect I was linked and do a refresh and make sure I'm on the right account here. I'm sure that in a second I'll get a message from Calendly telling me that, in fact, I'm going to delete all these so we can clear this inbox down. I don't use this email account, so I don't care if you see it. And I don't care what's in there either. So I will get a message in a moment, because Mick's going on and he's going to do he's going to book into the call. So we'll just go back to LinkedIn for a minute while we're waiting for Mick to do that. So that's on my other profile. So he says the link is broken. That's not right. That can't be right unless I've done it. Oh, I know why it is. I gave you the wrong link. See how clever I am? I gave you the wrong link. I apologise, Mick. Let me get you the right link. That's because I was focusing too heavily on getting it right. It's actually http bit.ly raised biz up. There we go. That should be okay. There we go. Raised biz up. Let's send that to Mick. I will just check that myself. I'm sure that's the right link. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So Mick's going to go and book on that. Obviously, make sure you get the link right in your emails, etc., in Calendly. Otherwise, it won't work. You'll get that message. So Mick's going to go and book on that, and then we'll see that. Now, getting down to the final parts, you know, you're going to get some people who will respond once they've been on the call or the webinar. They will say, hey, I like this. Can we have a call? And that's great. I've had that happen a lot. You'll get some people that say, hey, this is not for me. And what I do is I say, that's great. Thanks very much. Thanks for letting me know. Okay. And I put them to one side, put them in a list, and I'll contact them 3 months from now and say, you know, hey, how's it going? I thought, you know, reach out to you again and touch base with you. Because sometimes no doesn't mean no. Sometimes no just means the timing's wrong. I don't think I've got the money. I don't think I can afford it. I don't understand it. You know, it can mean many things. It doesn't often mean no. It just means you need to do something at a different time. So one thing I don't do is when people respond, I don't engage with their conversation. I can't stress this enough. I don't engage with their conversation. All I do is I look for the yeses and the nos, or the don't knows. The yeses I get on a call with. The nos I say thanks very much, and the don't knows I just treat them as a no. I say, come back to me when you're sure. Okay, or come back to me if you want more information. Okay, because the only ones I can deal with are yeses. Now, while we're waiting for Mick, I kind of want to show you how successful the method is. So this is my email inbox, and I've got a dedicated link for my Calendly bookings. And here's just a few. Oops, here we go. As you can see, so far in May, I've had 23 people book onto my webinar this month so far. I tell you that I've converted, if I check my figures here, I've converted 6 out of 23. So I've got about 25% conversion rate. 6 people have joined because they went on a webinar this month. Okay. If you know, and this is, it works. You can see all the Calendly emails coming in into my inbox. Okay. Because all I'm doing is I'm connecting, pitching, inviting. And I will stress one thing. You can do all the connecting you like, and you can do all the pitching you like. But if you don't do the inviting, you're never going to get anyone on your webinar. So the key is the invitation message, which is why you want to get to that invitation message as fast as possible. Cut out the conversation, get rid of that, get to the point where you can send them that invitation message. Okay? Get it done quickly. The faster you can get the invite out, the faster they're probably going to go on the webinar, and the faster you're going to be able to follow them up and get them into your business. There we go. So Mick got the link, and he has now booked himself in to the webinar. And if Mick was a prospect, I would now have all of his details, his name, his email. I know what time and date he's going on the webinar, so I can now make a plan. To go into about an hour after the so probably I'll go up. I'm going to do that now so that you can see how I do that. And then I've got his phone number. I know where he is. He's in Australia. It's Brisbane time over there. I've got all the information I need. Okay. That's why we use Calendly, because we get that information from the system. So now that I know Mick's been on it, I'm going to assume it's the correct time. And so I'm going to go back to him and say, hi, Mick. Now, here's the thing. I don't know whether Mick actually went on the call. I have no idea. There's no way I can tell that information. There's no way I can get it. So I have to make an assumption. And what I do is I make an assumption by asking a question, and his answer will tell me what happened. Okay. So I say, hi, Mick. Thanks for hopping onto our business overview. So what I'm doing is I'm making an assumption that he got there. I'm making an assumption that he went on the webinar at the time that he said he was going to do it. I'm sure you found the information. Sorry, we just get this bigger. Sure, you found the information. Again, I'll script this for you. Information. Exciting. I'd love to have a one-to-one call with you on Zoom and show you the business in more detail and what you might be able to expect in terms of income. And then I go, what can we do? Well, when can we do that? And now this is important. I don't let him decide that. I say, I have a slot free on Monday at 8 p.m. or I can do Tuesday at 3 p.m. Which of those works for you? Now, the reason I do it that way is because if I say to Mick, when can we do that? I'll probably never get in a Zoom call with him, because to be fair, 99% of people can't think for themselves. They can't think that far. So actually, by just saying, hey, I've got a slot here or a slot there, you're making it easy for them. You're just asking them to make a decision, make a choice. Okay. And then I would just put regards, Ray, Robert. Sorry, in this case, regards, Robert. I can't spell. But there we go. Regards, Robert, and I'd send it. Okay. So now I would also send that via email, and I would also send that by text message as well. So now he gets it in his email, he gets it in LinkedIn, and he gets it in his SMS message. Okay. So he's going to communicate with me some way. I've had some people ignore me for 3 months and come back and say, hey, can we do a call? Because again, sometimes the timing's not right for people. Okay. If somebody doesn't get back to you, don't lose faith. Just wait. They'll come back to you at some point. Just keep talking to them, you know, keep telling them, you know, how successful you are. If you're putting stuff on your LinkedIn profile and they're connected to you on LinkedIn, they're going to see those posts anyway. Okay. I've had people join my business in the last 3 or 4 months who've been watching my social profile for the last 6 months and go, all I'm seeing is success. How do I join? I've had 3 people do that. All I'm seeing is success. How do I join? And Mick says, sounds good. I can do Tuesday at 3 p.m. I go, great. I will send you a Zoom link. Okay. And that's what I do. You know, this stuff isn't difficult, folks. Okay. It's not difficult to do. All you've got to do is get organized, get systemized, and put it into practice and do it every day. It's no good doing it Monday, then Friday, and then next 3 weeks. And if you talk to every successful person in the world, you'll find they've all got one thing in common: habits. Okay. We've all got habits, success habits, things we do every day that drive our business forward. Okay. And one of my success habits is that I get up in the morning and my first hour of the day with my cup of tea and my Cocoa Pops, I kid you not, my first hour is I'm sat there in my dressing gown with my Cocoa Pops. I'm doing my follow-up on LinkedIn and Facebook. Not much on Facebook, but mainly on LinkedIn. I'm doing my follow-up. Okay. Follow-up. Jim Rohn. We've said that, Richard and I have said this 100 times. Jim Rohn said the fortune is in the follow-up. You can do all the inviting pitch, you can do all the connecting, pitch, and inviting you want, but if you don't do the follow-up, guess what? You ain't never going to have anyone in your business. So you've got to set up simple systems to track what you're doing, even if it's a notepad and a paper. It doesn't matter. Just track what you're doing and say, okay, this person's going on the call then. I need to be following them up then. Set an alarm on your phone. Do whatever you have to do. Organize yourself, because you'll find that successful people are also quite organized. They know what they're doing and when they're doing it and how they're doing it, and they just commit to those actions. Okay. What we've given you here today, I hope, is the bulk, the building blocks of the Power Build system. We're not giving you a system that we think works. We're not giving you a system that we hope works. We're giving you a system that we know works. Richard and I and our teams have been running this system for the past year. I came into the business 13 months ago. Within the first month, we had this up and running, and Richard and I put it together and, you know, did some fast and early training on this, and we've pushed it out to the teams, and the growth as a result of the Power Build system and plugging everyone into the Power Build system has been phenomenal. It's the first thing I do. The first thing I do with new people is get them into the Power Build system and get them trained and get them through that power system, and then make an appointment with them. And so I'll say that I'm going to make an appointment with you once you finish the training. I want to go through it with you, make sure you've got everything, make sure everything's set up for you, make sure you've got it right. Okay. and then you just get them committing to the actions. It's a great system. It works. And I hope today, and we need to come to an end because we've been here 4 hours now. I hope today has given you some real hope, because a lot of people join these businesses and they join and they don't know what to do. Okay. And when the video of this comes out, you can take this to your team, put it in your open spaces on OneDrive or whatever you use, and go, hey, here it is in a nutshell. It's 4 hours. It's 4 hours that's going to change your life. I'm going to thank you so much for your time and your attention and your patience today. I hope we gave you enough breaks during that. I'm blessed, grateful, humble to be in this team. Mick's got a T-shirt on today, which I saw earlier, and it said default mode. Thank you. It said default mode, gratitude. And that's what I've got. Massive attitude of gratitude about the fact that we're here in this business. 38 years I've been in this business. I've never, ever seen anything like it. And I'm blessed to be part of Richard's team. I've known Richard for many, many years. Love him dearly. And, you know, I know that if Richard's in something, it has to be good, because he's only ever chosen the cream of the crop. That's why he's been uber successful. So again, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you listening to me. I hope you found this useful. And with that, I'm going to hand you back to our wonderful leader, Richard. Thanks very much.
Wow. Thanks very much, Ray. What a training session. I mean, guys, where else can you get a
Can't
training
hear you, mate.
session like
You're
that?
speaking, but we can't hear you.
Mhm. Okay, don't know why.
I
Still
can
can't
hear
hear
you.
me?
I can hear you. Okay. Yeah, I can hear fine. Not now. He's muted.
Yep. Okay, you can hear me now, yeah?
Yes. Yeah. Fine.
Okay, great. Okay. Yeah, don't have there. Okay, so yeah, so yeah, where else can you get that guy? He's got his headphones on, that's why. So basically, where else can you get that sort of training? 4 hours of just, you know, absolute gold for free. You know, it is, you can only do that in this business. And, you know, I was making lots of notes as we went through. I mean, obviously there's a lot of information there. So, you know, there's a lot to take in, but that's where the recording will come in. You'll be able to recap over that. And just remember, this is a journey. If this is the first time you've seen something like this or done something like this, you know, it's going to take you a while to learn it. Just take your time. And, you know, it's that consistent activity. And that's the key thing, because, again, you may not necessarily get instant success. But don't worry about that. It's that consistent activity that will pay dividends over time. And again, this is why you need a strong why. If you've got a strong motivation for doing this business, you know, it could be anything from you want to have a pension, you want to have, you know, a nice house, or whatever it is, whatever your motivation is, make sure it's a strong why. That's what will give you that motivation to do that activity every single day. And just one of the little things that Ray commented on there, that, you know, he's put these people through the funnel, and this month so far he's introduced 6 people. Now that is an amazing number, particularly when you consider the way CFX pays us. I've been involved in network marketing for a long time, and invariably when you're introducing people, you really don't get paid much. Often you get a little fast start or something like that, but it from then on you don't really get much from those individuals. In CFX we get that fast start again and again and again. Now we know that everyone, they're building their business, or even if they're a passive member, they're still getting that trading returns. They're building their account over time. They will eventually get up to the 100K pack. Now just think about that. Just 6 people. When they're on a 100K pack, that will pay you $180,000 a year, approximately. Okay, not bad, eh? 1 month, 6 people, $180,000 a year when they get up to the 100K pack. This is another reason why CFX is special. Now, of course, if they're passive members, it might take them 3, 4, 5, 6 years to get up to that level, but they will get up to that level in time. So it's really worth your effort to do that. And if they're people that are going to go out there and build a business, then happy days. Now, one of the comments I often get from people is, I don't know any networkers. Okay, but Ray has just showed you, you do. You know thousands of networkers using this system, and you can sift those people effectively using this system. And one final point, just as a final comment, just for you to think about this. Did any of this have anything to do with how good Ray is? No. He let the tools do the work for him. That's why this business is a great leveler. It's just down to you to do the numbers, to do that consistent activity. Let the tools do the work for you. That's why we've developed this system. It's giving it a great level playing field. Doesn't matter who you are, what your background is, you can become successful with CFX using this system. So hopefully, guys, you found that very helpful. Amazing training. And once again, Ray, thank you so much for that. That was absolutely superb, matey. You can imagine the amount of effort and work that's gone into that for him to put that together. So really, hats off to you, matey. That was a brilliant training. And if there are people in your team that weren't on this, make sure they get to the recording, because they're really missing out if they're not picking up on this sort of thing. So, all right, guys. Well, hope you found that helpful. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and good luck with your activities. Take care. Cheers. Bye.